Good evening, everyone. Before calling this public meeting of Council to order for September 2nd, I would respectfully acknowledge on behalf of Council and the community that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. Calling this meeting to order. Are there any disclosed pecuniary interests in relation to the two items on the public meeting? Councillor Keel.
I'm declaring a pecuniary interest with respect to 5A.
Any others? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. That brings us to new business, 5A. So Councillor Keel is removing himself from the table. This meeting has been called to consider the application under City of Pembroke zoning bylaw 2020-05 to rezone the property municipally known as 231 Cecilia Street from a residential type 4 R4 zone to a residential type 3-49 R3 49 zone. Clerk, would you please report on how notice of the hearing was given?
Notice was given by mail to all owners of property within a 120-meter radius of the subject land, by email to all applicable agencies, and was posted on site on July 24th, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I would ask for a planning report from Ms. Sorio, the Director of Planning.
Good evening. The applicant, Jacob Menard, has submitted a site plan proposing the construction of a sixplex on the property currently known as 231 Cecilia Street. Mr. Menard would apply for a demolition permit to demolish the existing building to make way for the proposed new development. So while the current zone, the R4 zoning permits the highest density uses, such as apartment buildings, it does not permit any lower density residential uses, such as this proposed sixplex. So hence the requirement to downzone 231 Cecilia Street to allow for the sixplex. The proposed R3-49 zoning is required for the sixplex, as well as to grant the site-specific relief from a single zone provision of the minimum exterior side yard setback. The zoning bylaw requires a 20-foot setback, and the requirement shown is 17.5 feet. So all other applicable zone provisions are met or exceeded. So the proposed R3-49 zoning can be viewed as compatible in the neighborhood and the surrounding area of 231 Cecilia Street. Within the same block of the property is every density of residential zoning available within the city, R1, R2, R3, and R4. Generally, higher densities are found at the northern portion of the block fronting on Pembroke Street East, gradually transitioning down to R2 and R1 to the south of the property. The proposed medium density zoning can be seen as contributing to this gentle density transition to the neighborhood and contributing to the contributing to the complete variety of residential zoning that already exists. Regarding parking, the zoning bylaw requires 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit for a total of 9 spaces. Mr. Menard's site plan shows 8 parking spaces being accommodated on the property, requiring site-specific relief for the single outstanding parking space. So these 8 parking spaces are accommodated with a total of 3 driveways, each with a 20-foot width. So as 231 Cecilia Street is a corner lot, 2 driveways are permitted, one on Cecilia and one on Supple. For the third driveway, site-specific relief is required to allow for an additional driveway of 20 feet on Supple Street, with further relief from the requirement of a 25-foot separation between the 2 driveways. 15 feet is the proposed separation distance. 231 Cecilia is designated as residential in the official plan, and the official plan encourages all forms of residential intensification that creates potential supply of new housing. The proposed zoning is in keeping with this direction in the official plan, as it will allow for residential redevelopment and intensification in an already built up area with sufficient planned infrastructure. So the proposed development is located within a kilometer radius of several schools, Kinsman Park, Kinsman Pool, the Pembroke waterfront, and Pembroke Street East, highway commercial businesses on Pembroke Street East and downtown Pembroke. Also, the local roads in the neighborhoods of 231 Cecilia have sidewalks available, making it easy for pedestrian access to the highway commercial strip on Pembroke Street East. The official plan also states that all residential developments shall be adequately serviced with municipal water and sanitary sewer. And the Operations Department has indicated that servicing will need to be upsized in capacity for the proposed sixplex. The requirement of a building permit for the proposed sixplex will trigger the approval of the Operations Department to ensure that there is adequate servicing capacity. The application also meets the provincial planning statement. So the Planning Department is recommending the approval of the zoning bylaw amendment from an R4 to an R3-49, as it is in keeping with the intent of the official plan, the zoning bylaw, and the provincial planning statement.
Thank you, Ms. Soria. Was there anyone in opposition of the application?
There was no one in opposition to the application.
Was there anyone in support of the application?
There is the applicant, Jacob Menard, is in support of the application and was in attendance at the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee meeting. However, he is out of the country at this point, and so we're hoping we'll be able to answer any questions that you may have on this application.
Thank you. At this time, if I could receive a report from the Chair of Planning and Development Committee regarding the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee's comments.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. This was reviewed before the Planning and Advisory Committee. There didn't seem to be any issues. It's fairly straightforward. And what it'll do is provide much-needed housing within our community and additional jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, if anyone wishes to be notified of council's decision, please contact Ms. Sorio at City Hall, and I'd ask for a motion to adjourn this.
Sorry, maybe I'm out of ask a question.
I didn't know you didn't have any objections.
No, I have no objection, but
So if you wanted to come forward, state your name, Mr. Shepherd, and yes.
my name is Robert Shepherd, and my wife is here, Jane Haley. We own the building at 372 Pembroke Street, right next to this building. I'm not against it, I'm supportive of it, but I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. One question is, why is there 3 driveways? Is there a reason for 3 driveways?
Through you to the chair. The reason for 3 driveways is there's 6 units, so each driveway would accommodate 2 of the dwelling units. So that way then there would be less of tandem parking, one behind the other, if they each could have 3 driveways.
So 1 driveway for every 2 units.
1 driveway for every 2
And
units.
the second question is there, is it 2 stories or 3 stories? I forgot.
So there'd be a basement level, a main level, and a second story, but no higher than 35 feet. That's the maximum amount that it can be in height.
Thank you. I'm in favor. I have no objection. Just wanted to ask some questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, no, thank you. So I'd entertain a motion to adjourn to 5A, and so moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Thank you. That brings us to new business 5B. Councillor Keel's returning to the table. So this meeting has been called to consider the application under the City of Pembroke Official Plan 2016 to redesignate the property to be municipally known as 350 International Drive from an economic enterprise designation to a residential designation under the City of Pembroke zoning bylaw 2020-05 to rezone said property from economic enterprise M2 zone to residential type 4-21/R421 zone. Madam Clerk, would you please provide notice as a report as to how notice was given?
Notice was given by mail to all owners of property within a 120-meter radius of the subject land, by email to all applicable agencies, and was posted on site on July 24th, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this time, if we would receive a planning report at this time from Mr. Hutton.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this matter, these are an official plan as well as a zoning bylaw amendments application package for the property that will be known as 350 International Drive. This application has been submitted by Catherine Curry of JP2G Consultants, Inc., who is present with us this evening to represent the application on behalf of the property owners. So the proposed development that is in question, it consists of 3 three-story, 16-unit apartment dwellings and 1 amenity building. This meets the zoning bylaws definition of cluster housing, which is only permitted under an R4 zoning. The property is currently zoned Economic Enterprise M2 by the zoning bylaw. As you might expect, the M2 zoning does not include any residential permitted uses, hence the requirement for the zoning bylaw amendment to change to an R4. Regarding the proposed zoning, which is residential type 4, special exception 21, this is required, again, to move to an R4 zoning, and the special exception 21 is to provide site-specific relief for 4 items. The first of these items is from a general R4 provision for privacy yards. The zoning bylaw requires 7.62 meters for privacy yards between ground floor level windows of apartment dwellings and any parking space. The requested relief is that this buffer zone be reduced down to 3.3 meters. The reasoning for this, Ms. Curry has provided in her own report, stating that while this reduction may appear substantial, it is to accommodate barrier-free parking spaces near the entrance to the apartment buildings. The barrier-free spaces are located towards the edge of the building and will not be directly in front of ground floor windows. In other words, the relief is only required for a small portion of the building. So with this in mind, this being the sole item of relief from general R4 zone provisions, and it being able to be viewed as minor, we can view the proposed zoning as being in keeping with the intent of the zoning bylaws R4 provisions. Now, the remaining 3 items of site-specific relief are all from parking regulations. So regarding parking, the zoning bylaw requires a total of 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit for apartment buildings. In the case of this application, that would mean a total of 72 parking spaces would be required. The proposed site plan shows this requirement being exceeded, with 75 parking spaces provided. And further, 7 of these are barrier-free, which exceeds their requirement in this case of having 3 barrier-free parking spaces. So the remaining 3 items, 2 of them to do with buffer strips, 1 to do with an outdoor refuse collection area. These 3 remaining items of relief, they've been requested with the goal of maximizing the efficient use of the property so that the applicant and the property owner are able to meet and exceed the zoning bylaws requirements for the number of parking spaces provided, which they have. All other applicable parking requirements are met. With this in view, the proposed zoning can be viewed as being in keeping with the intents of the zoning bylaws parking requirements as well. So the proposed zoning can be viewed as being compatible with the surrounding area. There are significant residential zonings and uses on the opposite side of International Drive in both the Johnston Meadows and Gulfview subdivisions. The proposed residential buildings of this application are in fact located on the side of the property closest to the existing residential uses, with the parking area and the amenity building being located closest to the abutting M2 lands. This is with the intention of creating a gentle transition between the zonings and uses. Further, the nearest uses in M2 zones to the property are the Pembroke Fire Hall and the future County of Renfrew Paramedics Services Building. These, along with PEMICE 2 on the opposite side of Boundary Road, are actually institutional uses supporting residential uses, along with supporting the entire city, that are compatible in proximity to residential areas. Further, regarding compatibility in the area, the zoning bylaw has special separation distances between industrial uses and sensitive land uses, such as residential. Again, in her report, in support of this application, Ms. Curry has studied the surrounding land uses, and she notes that the nearest industrial use to this property is 320 Boundary Road, which is a Class 1 industrial use, which requires a separation distance of 70 meters. It is noted that this separation distance is exceeded, as there is 76 meters between the 2 properties. Separation distances for any other industrial uses further away from the property are also met and or exceeded. Now, regarding the official plan, the property is currently zoned economic enterprise by Schedule A of the official plan. This designation intends for uses such as highway, commercial, and industrial to mix. So as such, an amendment to the official plan is required to a residential designation. Now, regarding the economic enterprise designation, the official plan does speak further to the removal of what's called employment areas being industrial and economic enterprise zones from the official plan. The official plan says that only where it has been demonstrated that the land is not required for employment purposes over the long term should employment areas be removed. So as part of her submission in support of this application, Ms. Curry has provided a high-level review of employment growth projections against the amount of land within the city that is currently designated for employment areas, and she has concluded that there are enough employment areas designated land to accommodate projected non-residential growth well beyond the current planning horizon, which I believe Ms. Curry specified was 200 years. Also, under recent changes to the Planning Act, the province has narrowed the emphasis on protecting employment lands and broadened the emphasis on the need for housing under the current provincial planning statement. So as this application proposes the development of a vacant, underutilized, and underdeveloped property, surplus to employment area needs for residential development that will add a significant number of residential dwelling units to the city's housing stock, the criteria for the conversion of lands in question from an economic enterprise designation and an employment area to a residential designation are met. So the proposed designation of this application is residential, that would support the full use of the property as residential. This application is strongly in keeping with the direction of the proposed designation, as the proposed infill development of the property will contribute to new housing stock in an already built-up area with sufficient infrastructure. Regarding vehicular transportation, both within the city and as well as to beyond the city boundaries, Schedule B of the official plan designates all 3 roads that meet around the property. So Boundary Road, International Drive, and Upper Valley Drive as collector roads. These roads provide easy connections to any other area of the city via their connections to other collectors, and as well as provide convenient access to Highway 17 for travel beyond the city. Regarding site plan control, our official plan does direct for the city to have site plan control, and the city has accordingly enacted a bylaw for it. The proposed development is well over the threshold of the number of units to trigger site plan control, and as such, it will be subject to site plan control prior to the issuing of any building permits. Both the official plan and the provincial planning statement direct that development should occur with municipal water, sanitary sewer, and storm infrastructure existing, and in this case, all 3 of these do exist up to the property. The operations department has indicated that they will require further discussions with the developer regarding servicing of the property, but the requirement of both site plan approval and building permits for the proposed development will trigger operations approval to ensure adequate servicing capacity. Regarding the current provincial planning statement 2024, as this application proposes residential intensification beside a previously developed area, which would introduce new housing options, particularly a new density, and result in a net increase in residential units, it is absolutely in keeping with the current provincial planning statement, and therefore the planning department is recommending the approval of this official plan and zoning bylaw amendments application for 350 International Drive.
Mr. Hutton, was anyone in opposition of this application?
We received a single informational inquiry on the application. No submissions of opposition were received.
Thank you. And in support of the application, is it Ms. Curry that wishes to speak to it?
That's right.
Okay. Ms. Curry?
Thank you. I'm going to pass it off to Mr. Foley first.
Good evening, members of City Council, staff, and everyone here in attendance. On behalf of my family and our company, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. We're excited to present our vision for a 48-unit apartment complex locally here in Pembroke.
Thank you. Mr. Hutton covered this well, and I'm available for any questions. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay, so before we turn it over for questions, I'd ask for a report from the Chair of Planning and Development Committee.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. This came before the Planning Advisory Committee, and it's good to see new growth within the community. In the last 5 or 6 months, we've seen some tremendous intensification projects taking place, and that's a sign and also a signal to us as a community, that are we able to handle the growth that we're experiencing. This morning on another mission here at City Council, I met a young couple. The individual is from City of Ottawa. They just purchased a home here, and he was talking how this community will become, a bedroom community for other places such as the City of Ottawa. And believe it or not, there are people that go to Ottawa daily that live in our community to go to Ottawa to work. So I'd like to thank the developers, first of all, for the vision, and also to the planner and their department for doing such a great job. I know you're tasked with many different things, but the community continues to grow because of your dedication. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Jacquinot. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question. In regards to the economic enterprise, since it's it's meant for businesses and economic activities, which is manufacturing, warehousing, offices, will it restrict any further development of industry within that park because of location or proximity to this residential component?
Through you, Your Worship. The zoning bylaws, special separation distances for the 3 classes of industrial, they would apply. So imagining that there was a completely vacant lot immediately beside this development, a chemicals manufacturing plant would have difficulty coming in. But in this case, within fairly good radiuses, again, the available land in the Transcan Park is much further away from this development. Immediately abutting, we have the Pembroke Fire Hall, the new Renfrew County Paramedics Base, and even just to the side of that, the industrial use that exists is safe from the separation distances. So we don't believe this will have a significant impact.
I guess my question is, the vacant lands that are beside the fire hall, would that be impacted if we were to have a proposal for, say, a warehouse or office space or a manufacturing facility? Would that impact that residential complex? Would that impact that?
It depends on what the proposed industrial use is that would dictate the separation distance, but potentially.
But just something for council to consider.
Enough, Councillor Purcell. Any other? Sorry, Mr. Hutton?
But sorry, just further to my last point, you do have, we have existing residential on Johnston Crescent and in Gulfview that I don't have the exact measurements in front of me, but that I believe would also be as close to that property. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from members of council? Seeing none. If anyone wishes to be notified of council's decision, please contact Mr. Hutton at City Hall, and I'd entertain a motion to adjourn this public meeting of council, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? That is carried. We are adjourned this public meeting of council. Evening, everyone. I'd like to call this public meeting of council regarding building permit fees and review study to order. I'd entertain a motion for the approval of this agenda, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That is carried. Any disclosed pecuniary interest in relation to this agenda? Seeing none. The matter on for this public meeting is building permit fee review study, and I'll turn it over to staff.
I believe the clerk is going to.
Sorry, yes. This meeting has been called to consider the application under Section 7, Sub 6 of the Ontario Building Code Act to give public notice of a public meeting required for a proposed change to building permit fees. Madam Clerk, if you would provide notice on how the notice was given.
Notice was given in the Pembroke Observer and News on August 7th, 2025, and it has been posted on the city's website since August 7th, 2025. The notice was also sent by email to local contractors and builders on August 12th, 2025.
Thank you. At this time, if I could turn it over to Colleen Sorial, Ms. Sorial, and the Director of Planning.
Good evening. I'd like to introduce me tonight for the building permit review presentation is Neville Kearney, who is our planning technician, Paul McLean, who's our chief building official. So during the 2025 budgets meetings, staff was directed to prepare a building permit fee report to be enacted in 2026. So a report was prepared by our team here and is part of your agenda packages. So you have the very detailed report in your agenda package. We're going to go through a PowerPoint presentation, which is a synopsis of the report, which you all have. So I'm going to turn it over to Neville at this point.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, so a little bit of background here that we've got here. So in essence, the City of Pembroke's Building Department is responsible for the review, approval of new buildings, additions, renovations, or altering of new buildings or existing buildings, plumbing, septic systems, temporary structures, and building plans to ensure compliance with the Ontario Building Code. The Ontario Building Code Act allows municipalities to recover the cost of this service through the establishment of building permit fees based on the anticipated reasonable cost of the municipality to administer and enforce the building code during construction. A little bit of a review, our mandate of this review is to ultimately go through, we went through each of the existing building permit fee schedules that we have. We update the fees to reflect current costs, ultimately to recommend new fees to reflect the scope of services offered, and then finally to draft a new building bylaw. From a legislative standpoint, the authority to charge for building permits is contained in Section 7 of the Ontario Building Code Act. This section of the Act permits a council of a municipality to pass a bylaw to establish building permit fees. Some of the key points, Section 7, subsection 2, total fees must not exceed the anticipated reasonable cost to administer and enforce the Act. And then subsection 6, which we're doing now, public notice and meeting required for a proposed change in fees. And as aforementioned by our clerk, notice was given to the Pembroke Observer and News on August 7th, and also was posted to the website on August 7th as well. And local contractors were informed by email on August 12th of 2025. So the general intent of this legislation based on the Building Code Act is to ensure accountability and transparency in the calculation of fees, to provide full cost recovery approach designed to offset costs of operating in building department and related support services, and require public disclosure for changes in fees or new fees. And so for some of our methodology here, obviously reviewing building permit activity, the accountability, transparency, as we just mentioned, to conduct time allocation assessment for the building department and staff, as well as from other departments providing support services, to calculate the indirect and direct costs for affected departments utilizing our municipal budget, to calculate building permit fees designed to recover costs, and finally to calculate adjustments, including provision for a cost stabilization reserve fund.
Good evening. I'm going to walk you through the building permit process. So the applicant first applies online using our cloud permit portal system. Alternatively, the application can be filled out, the applicant can fill out and submit a paper application, and the portal file will be created for them. This is for the elderly or non-technical ratepayer. Commercial applicants must use the portal. Next, the application is reviewed and any outstanding requirements are met. The file is given a permit number, and then the drawing and site plans are reviewed by the CBO and planner. In some cases, our part-time intern inspectors may be assigned the file for less challenging submissions, such as pools, signs, or simple deck or shed builds. If the submissions are complete and all applicable departments, such as planning and operations, and in some case Pembroke Fire Department, are notified, then the permit will be issued. The construction can begin and mandated inspections specific to each project are to be completed as the construction proceeds through the phases. Some examples would be, for a new residential dwelling, there are 8 mandated inspections: the soil bearing and footing inspection, the foundation completion and waterproofing inspection, the underground water and sewer line inspection, the framing and truss verification inspection, the rough-in plumbing inspection, the insulation and vapor barrier inspection, the final plumbing inspection, and the occupancy inspection. These inspections are accompanied by associated documentation such as a plumbing pressure test, an electrical safety authority certificate for the wiring, and acceptance from operations for the backhoe prevention, to name a few. Each of these inspections must be completed and the construction must meet the statutory standard or be failed, and a new inspection booked after corrections of the noted deficiencies. Some permits are complex, such as the Marion Hill Care Facility addition, where 57 inspections have been completed in 1.5 years. These commercial and industrial inspections are lengthy and require site supervisors and engineers to accompany the inspector to provide pre-inspection documentation. Other permits, such as a deck, have only 3 inspections: a footing, framing, and a final inspection. Smaller projects often have more follow-up at the end of the project if the applicant does not follow through with the completion of the permit. The final inspection sometimes does not get requested. The file sits dormant and the permit is outstanding until a home sale search turns up the issue, and the building inspector must then try to do an accurate final inspection, possibly years later. We will discuss this issue further at the end of the presentation. This chart shows a snapshot of our recent building department statistics going back to 2021. You can see the numbers fluctuate and can be affected by such things as the Marion Hill addition, issued for permit in 2023 and started in the fall of that year. This year has seen the creation of many new restaurants and shops, as well as 36 residential units, and with 4 months remaining, 2025 is on track to be one of our highest years in number of permits issued and an average year in number of residential creations. This graph breaks the permit down by sector and type and is a good way of presenting the information. The disadvantage to showing the numbers this way is that commercial permits are shown as 18% of our total. However, they consume almost half of the administrative and inspection time available.
Okay, my turn. So now I'm going to talk about direct costs and indirect costs. So to determine new building permit fees, we had to look at what our direct costs are and what our indirect costs are. So our direct costs are associated with our staff in our department and offering the frontline delivery of the building department services. We also looked at building permit applications, numbers, plans review, field inspections, enforcement, administration. These are all included in our deliverable services. So in the next slide, you'll see that these were the figures that we came up with, and that's based on our 2025 budget for the total direct costs. So that includes salaries and benefits. That's of all the department staff, the CBO, the planner, the planning tech, and the director. So, and then we have contracts, which is, as Paul mentioned, our cloud permit. So we have that annual. We have to pay rent to the city for our little office space. We have intra-municipal purchases. So those are fees that are paid to Treasury, IT, operations for things like gas or Treasury's help for accounting services for us. We have added our materials and supplies, which also includes legal fees and professional fees, our membership fees, and our training. So we get a total expense, a total direct cost of $281,435. Then we look at the next slide is the indirect costs. And so those are costs that are incurred by other municipal departments that maybe review the building permit, or if we have an issue and we have to come to council. So they include the cost of council, CAO, clerk, finance, IT, and the operations department, and fire department as well. And so based on then the indirect costs, so we're looking at, they're not spending as much time looking at these building permits as we are. So we estimated about a 1 to 3% of their time is spent reviewing a building permit. So based on the staff that look over these, we estimated $39,229 of indirect costs. And based on that 1 to 3% of the time, the administration costs would be around $7,500. So for a total of $46,826 of indirect costs. So in the next slide, I just added the direct and the indirect costs. So the total recoverable costs are $328,261. So the next slide. Now we get into, in the next slide, yes, thank you. This chart, which forms part of your report, looks at, okay, the type of building category that we're doing. So are we doing a new residential building permit or a new commercial building permit? It looks at the direct cost of the permit, the indirect costs of the permit, the total annual revenue for that category for 2024. So I'm using all of 2024 because it's the last complete year. Then we figure out what the cost recovery rate is and if there's a surplus or a deficit. I'm going to go into a little bit more of an example. But just note that all of the categories are seeing a deficit except for the non-residential new construction or addition. And it saw a small surplus of $2,000. But everyone has a deficit. So if I go to the next slide, you'll see I just did a sample calculation for a single detached dwelling house. So for the direct costs, I looked at the CBO. How much time does he spend on reviewing, inspecting, enforcing? I looked at the planner's time, that they look at the site plan and see how much time that they review. The planning technician's time, dealing with the public or dealing with phone calls, ensuring that the costs are in there. And so then we also looked at the non-staff costs, like that's our rent and our training and all that kind of stuff. And we came up with a direct cost of $2,771.76. The indirect costs, we looked at the manager of operations review time, the supervisor of water and sewers review time, and other staff review time, and came up with $211.91. So the cost for a single detached dwelling permit is $2,983.67. So on the next slide, we'll see you have the annual revenue that was generated for new residential developments in 2024 was $59,300. So to figure out the cost recovery, we took that annual residential revenue and we divided it by the total cost of the annual number of residential permits received. And because there was 24 permits, we multiplied it by the 2,900 and it came out to $71,608. We times that by 100% and we got an 82.8% cost recovery. So then we figured out what our deficit was. We subtracted it from our annual revenue and from the annual number of residential permits received, and we had a $12,308 deficit in just that one category. So therefore, based on having a deficit in residential building permits, we could raise the permit to $2.18 per square foot, and the present fee is $1.33 square foot, and we're going to discuss that in just a minute. The other thing the Building Code Act allows us to do is to set up a reserve fund. So the City of Pembroke does have a reserve fund for the building department, and it has right now, as of December 31st, 2024, there's $8,492 in it. We're recommending that 5% be added to the building permit fees so that this amount then is transferred to the city's building reserve. Okay, so without such a reserve, the reduced permit volumes during a downturn year could result in severe budgetary pressures. By creating this reserve, it allows us to have those funds moved over in the reserve to the city's building operating budget in lean years, thus reducing the burden on the taxpayers. I'm going to turn it over to Neville now.
Okay, so you can see the chart before you there. So this is based on publicly available information from across the county and abroad. Pembroke's highlighted there in blue for your convenience there. So here's a look at some of the various permit fee structures from some of our key comparators. So you're seeing Renfrew, Petawawa, Arnprior, Whitewater Region, Laurentian Valley, to name a few. Of note, based on the research conducted, is that I think it's the fourth row down is the secondary unit registration is solely enforced by the town of Petawawa at $171. And for further information, you can refer to page 22 of the report that was presented prior to this meeting here.
Okay, so after all these calculations, we created this chart, which is found in more detail in your report on page 28. So this chart looks at the fee description, so like we'll say new residential. It looks at the current fee that the city's charging right now, what could be the maximum proposed fee, and what we're recommending as the fee, and the 5% reserve. So if we look at the second column, new residential and major additions to residential, right now we're charging $1.33 a square foot for a new build and 89 cents for major alterations. Now, when we looked at our, when we came up with our formulas for how many hours and how many inspections we're doing, they both came out to the same thing. So we're suggesting, and a lot of other municipalities have bundled these two together. So we could, a maximum fee could be between $2.18 a square foot and $2.36 a square foot. We're suggesting $1.48 a square foot, and we're also suggesting the 5% reserve. So if the house was 3,000 square feet, you'd be adding another $222. Or if we were looking at 1,000 square foot addition, you'd be adding another $74. So with that 5% reserve, that increases the building permit fee to $1.55 a square foot. But that includes the 5% reserve. So that 5% would be taken out and put into the reserve fund. If we look at the first row, the new industrial, institutional, commercial, right now we're charging $1.26 a square foot. And the maximum, because we saw a surplus in this particular category, there's no maximum. But if we don't go to the maximum with all the other categories, we can increase this one. So we've suggested increasing it to $1.48 a square foot. And again, if there was a 5,000 square foot restaurant, you'd be looking at $370 extra for the 5% reserve. And again, this would come out to $1.55 a square foot. If we go to the next, not the next slide, the fee comparison slide. So we'll do a quick comparison, and then I'll mention about how other municipalities fall into this. So let's look at a 2,000 square foot single detached dwelling house. Right now, we're charging $1.33 a square foot. So the fee would be $2,660. If we went to the maximum fee of $2.18 a square foot, you'd be looking at $4,360 plus the 5% reserve for a total of $4,578. If we went with the recommended fee amount of $1.48, we'd be looking at $2,960 plus the 5% reserve is $3,108. So that's a difference of from our existing fee of $448. Keeping in mind 5% of that would go into the reserve. So Petawawa, just so that you have a comparison, charges $1.44 a square foot, and Renfrew has a flat fee of $3,060. So, you know, we're in the area. Some of them are some of them are lower, but we're not, you know, we're in that area. If you look at a new commercial building, say 4,000 square feet, our existing building permit fee is $1.26. So you'd be looking at a fee of $5,040. If we charged the recommended amount of $1.48 a square foot, we'd be looking at $5,920 plus a 5% reserve. So that would bring us to $6,216, a difference of $1,176. Now, Petawawa charges $1.57, so we'd be, again, $1.55 if the 5% was allowed. Renfrew charges $1.80 a square foot, and Brockville charges $1.40 a square foot. So again, we'd be definitely lower in that area. And some of our popular ones like decks, garages, carports. If you were looking at a 400 square foot, you'd be looking at $256 right now is our existing. And if we went with the recommended fee, it would be $315. That includes your 5% reserve. So there's a difference of $59. And we would be looking at 79 cents a square foot with the reserve. And then swimming pools and tents, we're going right now from a flat fee of $187.95. We could go as high as $360, but we chose $250 flat fee to be in keeping with Strathroy. They have a $320 fee. Bonnechere Valley's $200, Brockville's $200, and so we are kind of in that area. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that comparison. So the next one is just revenue generation. So if we would have went with the 2024 figures, and we would have increased to the recommended amounts that are recommended here, based on our 2024 amounts, we would have generated another $45,000 approximately in revenues. And the 5% reserve, we would have generated approximately $8,000 for a potential revenue of $53,108. So just as a note, in 2024, the building department cost taxpayers $85,413. So if the recommended fees were implemented, and an additional $53,000 was raised, then there would have been a reduced budget deficit of $32,304. So just to show you that it does make a difference. And the last note here, it is recommended that we continue with the consumer price index increase beginning, if this is approved for January 1, 2026, beginning in January 1, 2027, and continue annually. And that's what we're doing right now. So our building permits raise every year by that CPI. I'm going to turn it over to Paul.
So we have some recommendations that we'd like to make. The first one I'm going to start with is create a permit fee for the installation of solar panels. So the regulation and installing of solar panels on residential or commercial lot or roof requires that the area affected by the installation be considered. For example, are the roof trusses strong enough to accommodate the snow load that can be expected in our area? An engineer's assessment of the roof would be required to ensure the proper installation of these large area panels does not cause an adverse effect, such as a roof collapse under load. By ensuring a permit is required, proper electrical safety authority certification can be demanded, as well as the building department can notify the fire department that the location now has an additional fire severity risk or risk of shock. Refundable building deposit fee. So as I mentioned earlier, the building department's goal is to close all permits upon completion. The permit provides a testimonial to the compliance with the Ontario Building Code with the current owner, by the current owner. When the project is completed but no final inspection is called for, the file can sit dormant for a span of time. If a request is then made later to review the file and pass the inspection, the CBO must decide if the current condition of the project is compliant, and this can lead to many different types of issues. A refundable fee is a newer approach by some municipalities to ensure incentive is created to close a permit file by calling for the last inspection. A final recommendation that I have is a new fee for the creation of secondary residential units. A fee for the creation of secondary residential units will pay for the administrative costs of creating a registry of these units that are becoming increasingly popular due to grants and investment speculators. This is what would be called an in-law suite. However, now significant fire protection restrictions are enforced at inspection. A permit fee is already required for the work. However, the creation of this category will allow for better tracking of these dwelling units and encourage compliance. This will ensure that we are able to share the locations with Treasury for water and sewer billing more effectively as well.
So in closing here, the recommendations are that, number one, that council adjust the building permit fees as presented in an attempt to receive more revenue to get closer to achieving full cost recovery and therefore be less of a burden to the taxpayers of the city of Pembroke, and that the city adopt a policy to set their Building Code Act reserve fund for service stabilization by adding 5% to the cost of a building permit.
And just as a final note, the next steps would be a detailed report will be presented to the Planning and Development Committee at the October 7th meeting. So we'll have that one chart with the proposed, the maximum fees and the existing fees. And then I will seek direction as to the fees that you wish to the fee amounts that you wish to include, and then a bylaw will be prepared for a future council meeting. So if there's any questions, I'm not sure if there's anybody here.
Well, that's the next question, whether there's any comments received that are either in support or against, either to you or in the public.
We haven't received, I did receive one informational inquiry from one of the contractors that was emailed the notice. And once he received the report, he was satisfied and felt all his concerns were addressed. And just as a note, there was over 30 emails that were sent out to contractors in the area with the notice.
I didn't see anyone jumping up and down in the audience in terms of wanting to raise questions. Is there questions from members of council at this time? Plummer?
Thank you. So I think the presentation is very well done, good information, and I think it's all justifiable. We've been searching around this council table trying to find a way to close that gap, and here's a little way. And I don't think you're not. I don't with this small increase, you're not going to deter. I think the ongoing construction that's going on. My question is though, where are we at with development fees? Because I know we had a talk about that. There was a presentation from I think it was a few years ago from an outside group that came in and gave a development fee presentation, and I think the recommendation was something to be in line with City of Ottawa, like $25,000 per unit, which was ridiculous because we're not the City of Ottawa. We couldn't afford that. You would stop all construction in the city. But that actually makes up a big portion of the fee when a developer goes to put a building. It's not just the building permit fee, it's the development fee as well. Is that fee, I don't see anything in the presentation here, that fee not being affected at this time. And if it's not, great. I look forward to approving this building permit fee increase.
Okay, so through you, the development charges is being worked on as we speak. So our development charges bylaw expires in June of 2026. So we're working on it now to get to a point where we have a fee. But again, everything, there will be a public meeting with it. Everything can be determined and decided by council. Just like in this particular example, I could go as high as $2.18 a square foot, but there's nobody in our area that has that. So you would, as council, give me direction as to how much you want to charge. And that's the same thing that with the development charges, you'll probably see this again where it can be charged very high, but it came down to what were our neighbors charging and to keep it competitive. So right now, nothing's changed with the development charges, but it does expire in June of 2026.
But thanks. Great question you're looking at from a holistic point of view. Councillor Keel?
Colleen, I just want to thank you and the department for doing this. For those that don't know, we often spend thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars getting these reports. And we asked you to do it using your own experience and the staff work. And I couldn't tell the difference between this and a report that we've paid for. I mean, this touches on everything. It was very informative. It was, the graphs and stuff made it certainly easy to tell. Ultimately, at the end of the day, every one of us around this table, and the staff do as well, know the pressures that are being put on the taxpayers. And, I tend to favor a more user-pay system. The reality of these kinds of things is someone's paying it no matter what. We're going to have a building department, whether the developers are paying a little bit more to get the building permit, or that little bit more is going on everybody's tax bill. Either way it's being paid for. I would rather these things paid for by the users of the system. So I want to thank you for a very thorough report. I think the fact that you sent this around to as many of our contractors as you did and nobody was up in arms, I mean, I don't want to test, knock on wood, but the fact that you got one information request probably tells me that we're in the realm of reasonable. And that says a lot about the work that the staff did on this report and your recommendation, and I look forward to seeing it at committee.
Councillor Purcell?
Chair, thank you for the report. I think it's awesome to see a reduction in the deficit from 85,000 to 32,000 for the building department if we implement this. My only question is that And I do like the recommendations in regards to the non-refund, or the refundable deposit. I think it goes both ways. Back in 2005, I built a garage, and the permit's still there. But I got assessed on it, but, you know, the thing is, I don't know if everything's closed out, don't know, right? I think it's just more incentive for the permit individual to get in touch with the city instead of saying, well, I called them, oh, well, forget about it, you know? And then go from there, so I like that idea. My only question, or my only concern is I know that you said in terms of the CPI, in terms of on annual, but we constantly talk in terms of municipality, it's not just CPI. We have to kind of, like, we even looked at our fees and went up 5% in regards to Parks and Rec fees annually. I think we got something along that lines, or 1.5 times CPI, because it is, because, you know, as a municipality, we tend to get hit more with the inflationary measures, and more so than the average Joe. So I'm just thinking maybe there's another opportunity to put some other calculation in there where we could up that from the CPI to something that makes a little bit more sense and realistic to the inflation that we see as a municipality when we go to buy goods and services.
Councillor Jacquinot?
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, based on Councillor Keel's comments, wonderful job. A lot of work goes into that. I don't think the average person understands, you know, that putting these logarithms of numbers together takes a lot of time, a lot of analysis. I'm just a little amazed about the phases of the inspections. We've got 7 phases. So that means somebody's got to go there 7 times, like from the beginning. So just looking at, you know, the residential, that we had was 36. So if you multiply that times 7, you got 242 visits. How do you handle that? How, like, can we handle it? That's what I'm saying. And as the community continues to grow, as we've had, you know, developers here this evening talking about their initiatives, and we're running out of land, you know, we're limited. So we have to do the best we can with the resources we have. And I feel by having those rates instilled, we're doing that, and yet we're not gouging people. But how do we handle that? Like, you've got 36, and we didn't talk about the commercial. We just talked about, I'm just looking at that top of the header. You know, we've got 36 units that require 7 different visits. Like, do you work day and night? Do you take Sunday off? I'm just curious how that can be attained. Can you fill me in?
Well, he does work 7 days a week. And but we're trying to cross-train as well. So Michaela Kuno, who is our bylaw enforcement officer, is also has a BCIN number, building code identification number. So she's trained in the legal aspects of the building code as well as the the house. And Neville will be taking training, starting with the legal, at the end of September. So like the smaller permits, and Paul had mentioned that in his presentation, they will be taken over by Michaela and Neville to give him more time to review building permits and more time to inspect on the larger, bigger scale projects.
One more question, if I may, Your Worship. The refund on the $150 for permits that need to be closed, is there time limitation on that, or how do we handle that? Like, do we go back 25 years or 100 years, or how do we handle that?
We haven't exactly determined the duration yet. Most permits are issued with a 1-year period, and we would then, you know, begin to reduce. Our current system informs us when a permit has expired. At that point, a call would be made, and the applicant would be notified.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
If I could follow up on Councillor Jacquinot's point, because it was a really good one. Looking at the comparative building departments, Renfrew, 2 building department staff, Petawawa 2, Brockville 3, Arnprior 2, and we're at 1.25. So we're working very efficiently, and I say that so that the taxpayer can see we're doing what we can on the inside to maintain efficiencies and have cross training. So Councillor Jacquinot made a really good point that, you know, we're not overstaffed, we're not hiring bunches of new people. We're trying to work every lever that we can to create efficiencies and not tax the taxpayer more. So I thank Councillor Jacquinot for that point.
Councillor Fernier?
Just very briefly, I appreciate the comments everyone's made. They're right on. Great presentation. I think what this shows is it's not a cash grab. It's not just a cash grab, because you've shown evidence this is required in order to ease the burden for the ratepayers, but not grab the money and run from our developers. So thank you very much for your work, and yeah.
So thank you for the report. I think it's all been said. It's interesting and welcome that you're thinking outside the box in terms of suggestions moving forward, including the solar panels so as to involve the fire department. And I can speak from a lawyer's perspective. That's when they're caught, is when we're asking for certain reports and it's like, oh, that's not closed. But thank you for the report and acknowledging that, you know, this there's a full cost recovery, but you're also not trying to stymie development. So with that being said, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn this public meeting of council, moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? It's carried. We are adjourned this public meeting.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Planning and Development Committee of Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Seeing none, we need an approval or amendments to the meeting agenda. Approval, moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Additions, omissions, those in favor? Carried, thank you. Approval of the minutes of the Combined Committee of August 12, 2025, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Questions, omissions, those in favor? Carried, thank you. Any business arising from the minutes? Seeing none, we'll move on with presentation delegations. The IC report presentation by Mary Ellen Beach, Integrity Commissioner. Welcome. And I believe that this will be for information purposes. Good evening.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Chair. I'm here to discuss the report that is part of your agenda materials that I filed this summer. The complaint had a number of headings related to various allegations, to conduct matters. I think the easiest way to explain this is to go through the different sections in the order that I have set them out in the complaint. Most of the complaints relate to an alleged conflict of interest. I have not found a conflict of interest. Other complaints relate to abuse of office or failure to maintain the dignity of the office. I have found a minor violation of that provision. Others complaints relate to intimidation of residents or constituents. I have not found a violation of those matters. The matters that are discussed relate to a group home use that is located in the vicinity of where the complainants live. I have not identified the complainants because I don't think it's necessary for purposes of this report. And I do believe there is a genuine misunderstanding on their part as to what my role was and is. I have spoken with one of the complainants and cleared up some of that, but I think that is partly why this is before you. This is a matter that they have provided documentation that's been ongoing for approximately 4 years. It's difficult to understand what triggered the matters that are set out in my report on the time that it happened. It is difficult to understand why the allegations and the discussion was targeted against Councillor Lafreniere and not all of council, given that all of council are equally responsible for matters in this area. The formal complaint alleges conflict with respect to the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and as council is aware, that act relates to findings of a pecuniary interest, whether direct or indirect. There are no allegations at all of a pecuniary interest, just allegations of a conflict in handling social services matters that constitute a bias. With respect to the Municipal Act and allegations under that act about the role of councillor, again, they relate to a bias, and there is no evidence that supports a bias. As I've set out in my report, members of council have 3 different roles that they play. They play a representative role, a policy-making role and a stewardship role. In this case, the representative role is what is being questioned, and this is a role that is, there are no set guidelines, there is no correct approach as to how this role is filled. What is clear, I think, from time immemorial when looking at municipal decisions is a member of council's decisions are not going to make everybody happy all the time. The matters that council deals with can be complex, they can be controversial. There are very few things that that would make everybody in the constituency happy. So I think I've explained that to the complainant so that she understands it. Allegations were made about breaches of the code of conduct as well. And as I said, the statement made by the councillor about perhaps the complainant should relocate is the one that maybe was not appropriate. I think it's fair to say that there will be situations involving noise or noxious fumes of industry or something like that where it's fair to say relocate, there's nothing we can do about it. But when I read the context of all the emails and correspondence, the language could have been more professional in terms of what was used by the councillor in that location. So in terms of why this is set out in a formal report, I am looking at it from the perspective of one, it was a formal complaint received and it was clear from the tone that a formal response was expected. And this is the tool that I have available to make a formal response to the complainant. I have, again, as I said, the email exchanges show a need for a public education or understanding of what the role of council is. And the other thing that I think it's important to point out is the unfortunate approach and language used by the complainants in terms of making personal attacks against a councillor. Members of council, when they sign up for this position, are signing up not to do something that's going to make them wealthy. People sign up to be a member of council, to run for office, to make a difference in their community. And sometimes the way you see that role is not going to be the same as the way others would see it. And in my opinion, no councillor should be subject to a personal attack against their family, especially to be singled out the way that Councillor Lafreniere was here. So to me, it was important that this be the subject matter of a report to council. I have not recommended a reprimand. I have recommended an apology for the words that were used. I know that can be difficult in situations. I'd also recommend that educating the public about the role of council and strengthening council policies where possible. I have, over the course of the last few weeks, and in attendance at AMO, learned that some municipalities are developing public conduct policies to deal with these kinds of situations. These kinds of personal attacks happen against councillors, but they happen against staff as well, probably more often against staff. And perhaps that is an approach in terms of carrying out that recommendation to strengthen policies that this council might want to consider. And
Thank
that
you. Is that it in a nutshell, Commissioner?
I'm sorry?
Would you
In a nutshell,
entertain questions from council, or is this just as an information item from you at this particular time?
I would definitely entertain questions or comments from council.
Questions from council or comments? I don't see any at this time, Commissioner, so I'd like to thank you for taking the time to update us on the intricacies of what happens around a small, city council table, and what some of our councillors and residents are being made aware of today, which is vital to all of us. So we, as the chairman and on behalf of the mayor and this council, we appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, public are going to be frustrated, but there are other ways to handle things, I think is the main message. So thank you very much.
Thank you for attending. Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
New business, parking services, revenues, expenses, technology review, municipal planning and enforcement officer, Cuno. Welcome.
Thank you and good evening. Through you, Mr. Chair, this report is being presented as a follow-up for more information on parking services, specifically revenues, expenses, and new technology options and efficiencies. In May, the committee heard a proposal for a PBIA pilot program to manage downtown parking meters. At that time, it was requested that a more detailed audit and information be provided of the parking services. This report will respond to that request by reviewing revenues and expenses, summarizing how our fees are collected, and exploring new technologies that could improve efficiency of the department. In 2024, parking services generated revenue from several sources. About $32,200 came from coin collection at parking meters, $35,600 from parking ticket deposits, and $16,800 from plate denial payments. I just want to clarify that plate denial payments are collected when parking tickets go unpaid for an extended period of time, and then they are paid and we recoup the costs when vehicle license plate registration renewal occurs. On the expense side, provisions of goods totaled about $15,300 for the department, which accounts for the department's costs associated with office supplies, postage, property rentals, and others alike. Administrative costs, including officer and student times for duties such as drafting and mailing notices, handling complaints and inquiries, and coin collection, was calculated at around $12,800. Remote maintenance of courthouse pay and display machine also cost the department approximately $750. A review of parking lot revenues and associated expenses for 2024 shows that lots operate at a deficit to the city. For example, Market Square lot generated $1,700 in ticket revenue against costs of $11,606, while Alexander lot generated $2,300 in ticket revenue against associated costs of $25,000. However, the city also receives $22,712 through a Giant Tiger lease recovery for the Alexander lot, which helped offset the operating deficit. The total net cost across all lots in 2024 was approximately negative $58,552. When other parking service revenues are combined, which includes parking permits, the downtown PBIA agreement, additional coin collection, ticket deposits, and plate denial payments, parking services produced a net positive revenue of approximately $54,384 before including wages. After accounting for approximately $82,000 in staffing costs, the service ended the year with a net negative cost of $27,600. It is important to note that parking ticket deposit revenue has significantly improved in 2025. By July 31st, deposits reached $34,400, nearly double the $1,800 or $18,000 collected by the same date in 2024. This increase can be attributed to the increased parking ticket fine amounts and the additional support of a full-time intern who started in January. So next I'm going to move into the technology review. So many of the city's parking meters are aging and frequently malfunctioning, with some no longer serviceable or repairable. In the last couple of months, our department has noted a significant decline in their performance. The cost of replacing each meter is $498 plus HST, and there are currently 193 meters in total. Staff have identified several options to improve efficiency of parking meters. One option is a full replacement of existing meters at an estimated total cost of $96,500 plus HST and installation fees. A second option is to install pay and display machines in the downtown core, with each machine costing $9,379 plus additional expenses for foundations, supplying electricity, and protective shelters. It is estimated that a minimum of 5 units would be required, bringing the total cost to approximately $125,000. A third approach is to remove all on-street meters entirely and enforce these areas with 2-hour maximum parking signage. And this is exercised by the town of Renfrew, just as an example. A fourth option is to replace the existing meters with new solar-powered meters that accept coins, debit, and credit at a cost of approximately $1,700 per meter, or approximately $163,200 to replace all existing meters. This option could be done as a rollout, where some of the new solar-powered meters are installed, some older meters are retained, and in lower demand areas, meters would be removed and retained in an inventory, with 2-hour parking signage implemented in those areas. A fifth option is to install a new small-scale pay and display technology priced between $3,300 and $4,200 per unit. This system is solar-powered, does not require foundations or electrical connections, and allows users to enter their plate information at the device, and that enforcement is tracked remotely. I also just wanted to add that Parking Services currently has a reserve fund of $79,487, which could be used to support improvements to our current technologies. So alternatives to consider: in summary, the city should consider, or could consider, the following alternatives. Maintain the current system with the existing meters and inventory. Implement a full replacement of the meters with the same models we currently have. Transition to pay and display technologies downtown. Remove all meters and implement timed on-street parking. Or implement a hybrid approach with solar-powered meters and selective meter removal. This report is presented for information purposes. Staff will continue to monitor the Parking Services revenues and expenses, and if the committee wishes to pursue any of the technology options, further recommendations can be brought forward for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council? Councillor Kale? Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Councillor Giacomo. Again, I want to thank my department for doing yet another fabulous internal report. I know discussions over parking, I think, have taken place around this table for probably decades. I'm sure Councillor Lafreniere and Councillor Giacomo, this isn't their first rodeo with parking. I think ultimately there's a lot of potential options, which certainly even I, when I requested this, wasn't expecting. Obviously, new technologies have really changed the game. I know members of the public have lots of thoughts on parking, but I also know the PBIA has its own thoughts on parking. Just as an example, I know when I met with the PBIA, I think last year, my first thought was, well, let's just get rid of parking meters. That'll make the people very, very happy. And then the first thing they said was, we could do that, but then what happens when an apartment dweller downtown just parks in a space 7 days a week? Now that spot's not available to actual shoppers and whatnot. So then it was, okay, well, what if we institute the 2-hour parking, as was one of the recommendations? That, of course, then leads to the question of, do we have a full-time bylaw person to just keep walking in circles downtown to watch the 2-hour parking? So it's certainly a complex matter, and given that there's a lot of options, we can now see, for instance, that I think the net deficit is in the report is $27,620. So we're losing almost $30,000 a year just for providing a parking service that nobody wants. Not nobody, but the taxpayers certainly don't want. Of course, if we take out the revenue generator, then it's on the backs of the taxpayers themselves with no revenue coming in. So my suggestion, Mr. Chair, is, and I'm just going to put it out as a suggestion and then we can hear from other members, but my suggestion is going to be that we strike a very small ad hoc committee to look specifically at this. And I will be suggesting that a member of council, a member of the PBIA, and a third member of the public be appointed by the mayor so that we don't have to go through the whole striking process, that the mayor have the authority to just appoint those 3 people, and that hopefully they report back relatively quickly for budget time. So just because I think us going around this table, we could probably spend hours, the 7 of us going around on all these different options. So I think if we get a small group together with representative people, they can sift through, they can do the math, and they can present maybe a cohesive option to try and get us to a net balance in the parking authority.
Councillor Purcell?
Thanks, Chair, and thank you very much for your report. Yeah, $27,600 deficit. Pleased to hear that we have $80,000 in the reserve. But I do think that it's important that we look at a hybrid approach. I know that there's some meters that aren't being utilized that maybe go to a 2-hour approach in terms of the parking time limits. And I think staff kind of knows where those ones are at. And maybe, you know, I don't really think there's a necessity to have a, you know, an ad hoc committee. I think it's, I think you would identify the areas in terms of the collections, in terms of where the high payers, where are some of the pinch points in terms of some of the areas that require traffic to keep moving in a more consistent manner. I always remember when Lou Hamill came in and spoke to us in regards to the parking and said it's really, really important that we do keep, you know, these things moving, so allow individuals, you know, to utilize the store, and you're right, not the individuals just a permanent parking spot. So I hear that, but I think, you know, I think the 27,000, I think we can get a little bit closer, just looking at various different technologies and the hybrid approach, and then just looking at the current rate fees to see if we're still aligned. And again, looking at, you know, something that's indexed on a regular basis based on CPI as well. So, but great job. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. So I'm the city rep for the PBA. I gave Bethia Summers a copy of the report, and I spoke to her today on the phone, and she said there's more questions that need to be asked. Definitely the PBA would be the main group to consult with, plus other groups downtown. Last time we did the parking review with the city, the PBA gave feedback. We got 1 hour extended at Market Square, Shamrock Park, and then Giant Tiger owner Lou Hamill agreed to extend that to another hour. We got some lighting down near the Cogeco in partnership with the city, and then we also redid the map. So it's a very collaborative approach. So I don't really think we need a committee per se, because I'm the rep for the PBA. One thing that we can do is community engagement, a survey to get feedback from the public. Also, what they do downtown is a site walk to see where the things need to go, you know, for any changes downtown. They do a site walk, which they did for the patios recently. So that's important also. So we can do community engagement with the PBA and other groups in the community, survey with the department, walking downtown and that. So have a meeting, have a couple of meetings, and go from there. Thank you.
Your Worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the report. Rather timely that the report's coming forward. If anyone was watching CTV News today, they were talking about parking. And one of the topics in respect to parking was the new display mechanisms that you can go up to so that there's not meters at every parking stall. And in terms of engaging the public, So when CTV News was doing their interviews, one person said, well, I pay downtown, so why is this any different in this particular neighborhood that I have to pay? They interviewed a business owner who said, well, theoretically, it's to keep people, customers moving, so I get more customers. And then they interviewed the third person who said, well, I don't like parking meters. So the challenge with speaking to the public is you're going to get that gambit of response, and we'd still be coming back here wondering what it is that we're going to do. Just food for thought in terms of, so recently I went for our anniversary down to Huntsville, and just, I didn't realize this, I never spent much time in Huntsville before. The main street has very little parking. What is there is accessible parking. The lots are off of the main street, so it requires some walking, and the lots I went to, you don't pay for parking, which I thought was interesting, but I guess it's to encourage individuals to go to the downtown. I did reach out to, so for council's awareness, I reached out to the mayor of Brockville. He tells me that some time ago, Brockville removed all the meters in the downtown and have an arrangement with their PBIA or their BIA, I guess, and whereas the BIA pays a sum of money to offset the fact that there is no revenue coming from the meters that would otherwise be in the downtown. Clearly something has to happen, because I can tell you where a number of the meters are when I pull up to them. That one, the battery isn't going to, or it's saying out of order. That one, it's out of order. So if I want to avoid paying, I know which meters to go to. So we're losing revenue just because people that park in certain areas on a repetitive basis, because we support certain businesses, know where to park. So we're losing revenue. So if you're wondering why there's a deficit, in part, that's the rationale for the but we certainly got to do something. I appreciate the report, but we do need to move it forward. I'm just a little concerned. I have no issue with a committee. I do have a concern that if we're going to poll members of the public, you're going to get what the CTV interviewer received, which is the gambit of I don't like it, I like it, or I understand the purpose of it is to move people forward. I think we had that discussion when I was first elected, is perhaps parking meters isn't about making money, it's to try and move people along so as to allow more patrons to go to certain businesses. So I personally don't have an issue with either you replace the meters or you go to the other technology to do something. I cannot see removing the concept of paid parking, because I do see it for that purpose, not necessarily revenue generating, although breaking even is nice at least, but I see it as moving people along so you don't get a business owner or a tenant or someone parking in a spot all day and trying to get staff to catch who it is. And anyways, thank you.
Fernier, and then Councillor Keel.
Yes, through the chair, just something about what the mayor just mentioned in Huntsville, with no parking, only accessible parking. I had a conversation with one councillor, and I can't remember which one it was around the table, about that very thing, is that a lot of the individuals that don't want to lose the parking are people that are possibly handicapped accessibility. Most of those, or a large percentage, would have a sticker and could park if, you know, they had a problem. So that was the discussion I had with a counselor, and I can't remember who, like I said, but I'd be very interested at looking at that model, because we do have a lot of parking for able-bodied individuals in the downtown core. So I don't know if that would simplify things, but it might reduce too, because everyone here is driven through downtown, and it's quite narrow when you have all that parking. So maybe we could look at reducing some of the parking, but having accessible parking. So that's just, I would really favor looking at that model. I want to compliment your work on this, because we see that the deficit has really dropped because of the increase in the rates and that. So I'd rather than going right away to new technology, I would like to see how this continues to evolve with the increase in rates. This was only till July 31st of this year, correct? Correct? The increase.
Yeah, so what we've indicated on here is these are the rates from 2024, but I added what I felt was important information was as of July 31st of last year, we had a revenue of $18,000 from parking ticket deposits, and already this year we see it's at $34,000. So it's nearly double.
So yeah, so I mean the year's not over. So I'd like to see how this sort of follows through when it comes to revenue, and maybe look at reducing some of the parking downtown and having it accessible.
Councillor Plummer, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, I did.
Sorry. Pardon me?
Oh, it's going.
Oh, sorry, go ahead,
I
Colleen.
just wanted
was-
to respond, sorry, through
Yes,
you.
sorry, go ahead.
As much as I love that idea about having more accessible parking on the main street, unfortunately, because of the Ontario Accessibility for Disabilities Act, it won't work. It's got to be wider. There's got to be depressions. You got to have a space to stand out in. So you see them now in parking lots where they have the hatched areas, you know, so that you can get your wheelchair out and you can get seated, and then, you know, you're in a safe space. We don't have that safe space to be, and the amount of width that's required under the act, unfortunately. So I just thought I'd let you know that right off.
Councillor Plummer, sorry, I missed you there, and Councillor Keel.
Director Cully, Director stole my thunder on that one, because you'd have to do so many road cuts to the curbs, because you needed, how are these people going to access? You can't have them start jumping curbs if they're in a wheelchair, how they're going to get up. So I just was going to comment that's not quite going to work for our specific area. I do think I'm along with the mayor on this one. We do need to fix some meters. If you're not collecting money, there's no reason even having a meter there. So I think we go you know, with the approach that we have to fix what we got at the moment. And then I also agree with Councillor Keel with an ad hoc committee to really search, you know, come back to council. Again, we can go around this table and keep saying, I like meters, I like coin machines, I like, you know, this, and we're going to be here all night. It's almost 8 o'clock, so let's move this along. So I'm on the board of maybe create an ad hoc committee and to come back to council and present some, you know, more drilled down information for us and have a decision. Thanks.
Councillor Keel?
So I think, I mean, just going around this table, you know, with the greatest of respect to my fellow councillors, Purcell and the Deputy Mayor, like Deputy Mayor, all of the things that you just mentioned, the lights and the maps, and none of that increases revenue. That didn't speak to this report at all. To Councillor Lafreniere's point, let's just stay how things are. These meters are actually breaking down, and the cheapest replacement cost is $96,000. So even if we were to roll that out over 3 years, that's taking the current deficit and basically doubling it for the next 3 years. So having worked with the department and having spoken with Ms. Summers at the PBI, I really think I would strongly recommend that we just get a small group to sit down, work the numbers, try and figure out how to do this, because no matter what we do, certainly the rollout is probably going to cost money. So the parking reserve I'm looking at is $79,000. That wouldn't even pay the $96,000 cost to buy new meters. So, I mean, we're really in a weird situation where through the work, and I certainly hope that this council will support, if we can get another student again next year, because it was the student doing all that extra work in terms of the ticketing and stuff that raised that revenue. So I hope we'll support that. But you know, and I'm not necessarily asking staff to speak to this, but it's one of these things where you pull a lever here and a problem or an expense is over here. So that's why I would like to recommend this to a small group to just drill down and figure out what the cheapest yet best cost recovery option is out of all of the options that we've been presented. So I guess I would move a motion that an ad hoc parking committee be struck with a representative of council, a representative from the PBIA, and another member of the public to be chosen at the mayor's discretion, and that the committee attempt to report back by year's end for budgetary purposes. Or what would be a better...
I think you covered all the bases.
When would you like to have an answer, I guess, for budget?
Well, we need to have it by the second meeting of October.
Okay, second meeting
As
of
soon
October.
as possible.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by His Worship. Further discussion? Deputy Mayor, you had your hand up?
Yeah, so just to reply to Councillor Keel, my example of the last collaboration, it was for collaborative efforts that we did. As far as revenue generation, the extra hour attracts more people downtown, makes the user experience more favorable, which is what it's all about. So I'm definitely in favor of the technology aspect of this and removing some of the meters on the main street and side street, having them monitored. So it's the way to go. We have to move forward. So I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the motion as presented? Against? 2 against, rest in favor. Motion carried. Thank you. Next item, a Rural Ontario Development Program Investment Attraction Strategy. Investment Attraction by Officer Barr. Welcome, Officer Barr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I would like to introduce the investment attraction strategy and also maybe formally introduce myself too to some of you who maybe I haven't gotten the chance to meet yet. I'm Kathleen, the new investment attraction officer. I started with the city back in April. So a little background to the investment attraction position and the strategy. In the last couple of months, I have been working on a few different projects and initiatives for our investment attraction. Bringing this position to the city was to hopefully switch from a more reactive to a more proactive approach to investment attraction and bringing new business to the area. So, having said that, I've been working on my film project, which is Film Pembroke, and it's positioning Pembroke as a more film-friendly location, which has it's just in the beginning phases, but it's turning out to be a pretty good project as we've received a couple inquiries about filming. A few other things I've been working on are professional recruitment in the area. So I've been working closely with the Pembroke Regional Hospital on physician recruitment. So we've hosted a welcome mixer to the 6 new residents who are doing their residency over the next 2 years. And then I've worked closely along the economic development officer with the different working on sales for the property that the city owns. And then also a tender to select a new CIP. I've been working with the tourism officer on some social media campaigns, as well as the Panesi Paddle, which was a group of Indigenous paddlers who were going from Deep River to Ottawa. We welcomed them here in Pembroke. So having said all of that, all of those are important projects to a bigger plan, which is the investment attraction strategy. So investment attraction is the effort of bringing new businesses to Pembroke. So investment attraction showcases Pembroke's strengths, our relationships, and supports long-term growth. This work is closely tied to our Choose Pembroke initiative, which inspires families and businesses to make Pembroke their home. So this strategy is an evolving document and can be changed as needed. And I'd just like to point out too that this has been sent to PDAC for review before bringing to council as well. So moving into the first section, identifying the competitive advantage. An important part of investment attraction is identifying Pembroke's competitive advantages. And while there are many, a few important ones to note are the easy access to Highway 17 and 41, our proximity to Ottawa and Toronto, our affordable real estate, skilled workforce and talent, as well as our commitment to diversity and inclusion, are also new development, the Ottawa River Transit 3-year pilot project, as well as our growing partnership with Algonquin College and the Pembroke Regional Hospital. It's also important to note our target sectors that we're aiming for in the market, some of which include manufacturing, agriculture, forestry, film, hospitality, and tourism. Diving into the next section, value proposition. Pembroke provides a unique value proposition for investors with affordable development, ready land, supportive municipal policies, our CIP grants, BRNE support, and more. So now to get into some of the actual initiatives from this strategy, I'll be starting with conducting market research. So it is a goal in 2026 to do a retail gap sector analysis, as well as update our competitive advantage study, which was done in 2018. So it is time for that to be updated. Analyze successful developments in similar communities, as well as gather feedback from students, professors, physicians, and other professionals in the area on why they chose Pembroke and how we get them to keep choosing Pembroke. Another goal of this strategy is to build a clear brand message for investment attraction, as well as Choose Pembroke. So that would be a cohesive brand with a logo, a slogan, as well as branding efforts that align across the two campaigns. And then section 6 is our marketing and outreach campaign. So in terms of marketing, I have a lot of ideas, including video-based social media content. A lot of you, I know, use social media for your various campaigns, and you know the importance of video-based content now, which we are trying to grow on our social media. So in these videos, I would like to showcase different businesses here in Pembroke, as well as residents of Pembroke, why they chose Pembroke and why they continue to choose Pembroke. I would also like to showcase some of our lands that are available to purchase. Right now, we have maps online, which are helpful resources, but real footage, video footage and aerial shots is what a lot of people look for when they're looking to invest in real estate. So having said that, we are hoping to invest in the purchase of proper video and photography equipment, something that we are lacking in right now. And ultimately, this would allow us to create high quality content ourselves in-house rather than hiring external contractors to do the videos for us, which is a lot more expensive, rather than just purchasing a video camera ourselves. With that, I would also like to develop virtual and 3D property tours, which is also an expectation in the real estate market. I would like to attend trade shows to attract potential investors, host in-person events for physician recruitment and other professional recruitment, and create tailored marketing packages to give to potential investors. So then jumping back to Film Pembroke, that's all about positioning Pembroke as a film-friendly destination. So I would like to create film packages for production crews, just a neat, convenient package that they can look at, see all of what Pembroke has to offer in terms of film. Getting more local businesses onto the Ontario Film Commission's website. I've already started that process and have quite a few up there now, but I'd like that to grow. I'd also like to offer location tours to crews that are interested in filming. And then jumping into section 8, an important part of this strategy will be monitoring performance. That's why I say it's an evolving document, so we can monitor the performance and come back and change as need be. To monitor performance, I'll take a look at KPIs in quarterly reviews, analyze community feedback, monitor recruitment success, and our overall marketing analytics. And then, so into chapter 9, it will be important for this strategy to work alongside the communication strategy as well as the BR&E. The three will work together to build our message, support existing businesses, and ultimately bring new opportunities to the area. So having said all that, I'm going to jump into the actual report. So this brings us to the Rural Ontario Development Program, also known as ROD. This is a provincial fund that supports initiatives that diversify local and rural economies. So the hope is to apply to stream 1 of the grant, which is economic diversification, competitiveness, and capacity building, then to the substream strategies and plans. So through this program, you can receive 50% of eligible costs. So in this chart, you'll see that the approximate total of the strategy would be $58,000. So we would be applying to receive half of that grant to split the cost with the grant. So the municipality would share $29,000 from the economic development budget. The application is due on September 24th, 2025, and applicants will hear back within 3 months of the deadline. So council endorsement of this application will strengthen our case and also just overall give us a better application. And if we receive the grant, the final strategy will be brought back to council for approval. So with the investment attraction position and strategy, as I mentioned earlier, we're striving to switch from a reactive to a more proactive approach to investment. This strategy will help us do more internally and avoid expenses of hiring external contractors. If we receive the ROD grant, this would significantly help the city with cost and bring all of these plans to life. So having said that, the recommendation is that the committee endorse the City of Pembroke's investment attraction strategy as a working document and priority initiative for the Economic Development, Culture and Tourism Department, and that staff are authorized to apply to the Rural Ontario Development Program for the City of Pembroke investment attraction strategy. Thank you. And I'll answer any questions if there have any that arise.
Thank you. Very, very informative. Councillor Kale?
Thank you, Chair. That sounded so incredible that all of the effort and pushing and phone calls that I was making during budget to make your position fit into the budget, I couldn't be more pleased right now. The reality is we, Heather and I know Elijah works on economic development. Sometimes I think the two of them sleep upstairs here because they have worked so hard for the years that I've been on this council. They, they did everything we asked of them and more. But throwing you into the mix as a third person just shows you that, sometimes when you add some fuel to the fire, great things happen. So I'm so incredibly impressed with you, Kathleen, and you obviously hit the ground running, having only started in the late spring. So I think this document is, when I read it, I thought it was absolutely amazing. Economic development, I think, is something, for all of the, especially during budget time, and it feels like we're always talking about budget time. The city's, I think it's low single digits is what we spend on economic development. So that's why when I was imploring my fellow councillors to support your position, I was saying, we really aren't spending that much money on economic development. And to see what you can do with just one position is amazing. It brings me back. So when I was on the campaign trail, and I was somewhere in the East End. I think I was off of Elizabeth Street somewhere, and there was a guy at first that, sort of just shooed me away, and then I don't know. He looked at my campaign material or something, and I did mention that economic development I thought was important. And he actually called me back across the street, and his story, and I would actually I know where he is now. I don't remember his name, but I know where he is now, and I think I'd actually like to put you in touch with him just so that you can get his full story. And it was that he was trying to build in our industrial park, and the red tape and the time it was taking, he eventually went to Whitewater Region, to their economic development park. And that kind of story just, it just seems weird, because I know we promote our Trans-Canada Park. I know around this table from having sat here, and I forgive me if I'm disclosing stuff we discuss in closed session, but we are a very pro-development group around this table. And I think sometimes it's just making sure that you have the resources and the tools and the people in place to actually harness the energy and get it done. And that's why I would like you to talk with this gentleman to find out what roadblocks was he hitting, to make sure that we're getting rid of those, that we're opening up avenues to get things done quickly and efficiently. You talked about young professionals, and the CAO and I, back in January, had the opportunity to meet with the Minister of Colleges and Universities to discuss recruitment and retention of young professionals. And my message now is that it's not just doctors and nurses. However, they are extraordinarily important. We are short on lawyers. In certain areas, we're critically short on lawyers. I think the mayor would agree with me on that one. We are short on veterinarians. I spoke with my veterinarians out in Cobden, Tony Ryder, and desperately would love some young people to come in and eventually take over his practice. I spoke with my accountant. He says finding young accountants is getting problematic. So as important as doctors and nurses are, and I certainly want heavy focus on that, we have a much larger problem. It's beyond just those two that we always talk about. So I'm very glad to hear you talking about that. So I would certainly move that we accept the recommendation as presented. I could not wish you more success in your position here with us, and I look forward to talking to you more in the coming weeks and months. Thank you.
A motion on the floor to accept, seconded by Councillor Fernier. Did you want to speak to it?
I just want to agree, as through the chair, everything Councillor Keel said. I supported your position and had to fight hard, because dollars are hard to find. But I think if you spend money, it can attract money. So thank you for this report. I look forward to what happens.
Further from council? From the chair, I'm amazed, and I know Councillor Fernier has been in the production business and, in television for a number of years. She's very good at it. We've had a couple of, productions done here in the community. Lutz Films, who came here, and also the Hallmark group that came here and did the Christmas at Grey Gables. We have a tremendous potential for that type of industry take place here. We have some big empty buildings that could become studios, And just an aside, I was looking at Facebook, and It was a gentleman promoting our waterfront. Mr. Ward, I didn't, he was a stranger, but he was going around Ontario promoting, are you aware of that? Yeah. And it just stunned me because I said, you know, whenever you see Pembroke, you kind of latch onto it. But he was looking at it from quite a different perspective, perhaps, than we do. He was really talking about the beauty as a stranger, and I was just really amazed by that. So we have amazing potential here, and I mean, we have to work together to make sure it happens. So thank you for your efforts, and I know whatever council's wish is, I'm sure we're going to support you. There's a motion on the floor. Those in favor? Against? Obviously unanimous. Thank you for your report. Thank you. As there's no further business between the Planning and Development Committee at this time, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our Finance and Administration Committee meeting for September 2nd. To call the meeting to order. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none. Could I have a motion to approve the meeting agenda? Moved by Councillor Frenier, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. Could I have a motion to approve the minutes of the last Finance and Admin Committee meeting? Moved by Councillor Frenier, seconded by Councillor Purcell. Discussion. Those in favor? Carried. Any business from those minutes? Seeing none. No, we don't have any presentation delegations tonight. New business, monthly report from our Pembroke Fire Department. Chief Sell, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your approval, I would like to go through the July and August monthly reports all in one. To kick off July 1st, obviously I'd like to thank the Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association for another wonderful Canada Day fireworks show. The association has been conducting the fireworks show since the mid-70s. July 1st also saw us transition to a new data management system at the fire hall. We had been using previously Firehouse, and we'd been using that as a department since 2001. So what's that, 24 years later, we've transitioned to a new data management system. It's going well, but we do have to, this system's designed to be built out internally. So we are working on building that out, and it's going fairly well, but you know, the learning curve is pretty steep, and we're working at it as diligently as we can. We also attended the Multicultural Festival, Tim Hortons Camp Day, First Responders Night at the Farmers Market Night Market. We attended the MyFM barbecue held at the Legion for the in support of the Branch 72 commemorative walk. Public education's events were held at some day program schools in the city. Educational sessions were held in July as well. Our social media messaging in fire prevention focused on smoke alarms, recreational burning reminders, drowning prevention tips. We promoted Tim Hortons Camp Day, the Multicultural Festival, and the MyFM Community Barbecue. And under emergency management, we discussed heat warnings with tips for living and working in the heat and the location of the hydration stations, general weather warnings, thunderstorm warnings, and tornado alerts, thunderstorm preparedness tips, tornado preparedness tips, and we also partnered with Red Cross Canada with an N95 respirator program that we started rolling out in the city of Pembroke. For education, so this acting captains Brent Verdeel and Kyle Zimmerman have begun the Instructor 2 course. So they started that in July. They worked through it in August, and they will be attending the in-person class sessions in September. Vulnerable occupancies in July. The inspection and fire drill were completed at the Chartwell Pinewood Retirement Residence. Emergency management, we were still conducting after-action reviews from our exercise in June. Of course, we had 2 extended heat emergencies in July. And we conducted several other meetings, as well as released the weather briefings that were received from Environment and Climate Change Canada. The EOC hosted 2 meetings in July, and the association, of course, did the fireworks display. They also donated to Tim Hortons Camp Day and the commemorative walkway for Branch 72. They also donated a prize to the city staff golf night event, and finally donated to the Deep River Fire Department's charity golf tournament. Training specifically for July did focus on the on emergency reporting, the new program, and the other training events are outlined. Smoke alarm program, we did test 57 alarms in the month of July. 2 were missing and 3 were not working. So that was a nice surprise to see. Consultations and inspections for July was 172, and our responses for the month were 36. For August, starting August 11th, we had to put a fire ban in place for the city. During the fire bans, as in years past, there's zero tolerance during a fire ban, so we did end up laying 4 fines for non-compliance with the fire ban order. School inspections have begun, so they were booked at the end of August and they will roll into September. Fiddle Park did start during this reporting period. 152 trailers arrived on Monday, and we did check most of them that day. We did see almost a 98% compliance rate with smoke alarms. So that was the best number I've seen since I've been chief. Now I know that Fiddle Park hasn't been operating for all those years, but it's very encouraging, and I think it does show how the program is intended to work. We did attend some community living health and safety day, provided extinguisher training. At the end of August, we did look at our social media messaging, mostly because the data is easier to pull from Facebook. So at the end of August, we have almost 1,300 followers on Facebook, and our content was viewed a little over 51,000 times in the month. So fire prevention messages for August, of course, most of it focused on the fire ban, return to school road safety tips, student housing safety tips, and learning the sounds of fire safety. We promoted partner agencies events in the month. Of course, we did have a heat warning as well in August, and we're promoting the Animals Inside sticker promotion and pet emergency preparedness. Vulnerable occupancies, we did the fire drill and inspection was completed at Care 4 McKay, and the scenario is approved for Care 4 Complex on Cecilia. Our our exercise planning committee continues to meet, and planning for full-scale exercise is well underway for 2026. 2 meetings again in August, but that is obviously going to ramp up now that the summer is over. Well, I guess it's not technically over, but for some, I guess it feels like it is. In August, the association sponsored Men's Night at the Pembroke Golf Club, and a donation was made to the charity a golf event hosted by Northern Credit Union. Again, August was basically focused on learning and emergency reporting, and firefighter Poirier is preparing for his first class exam at the beginning of September. Our smoke alarm program was not as robust as it was in July. 7 were tested, but they all worked, which was impressive. 74 inspections and consultations, and 35 responses for the month of August. And that's it for my 2 monthly reports.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for the Chief? Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to preface this by saying that I absolutely support a zero tolerance during a fire ban. My follow-up is going to be less good, which is I'm wondering if we could potentially have a more robust messaging when there's a fire ban. And I don't want to say that as in terms of it being anything your department's not doing. For example, I think a lot of the confusion came in the days where other municipalities put out a fire ban, and then I got several messages on Facebook saying, do we have a fire ban? I hear there's one out there. So I think some of it is just the fact that there's so many municipalities that a lot of our residents travel through and see on Facebook, that I think it legitimately gets a little confusing when there's different starts and stops to them. I did notice that some municipalities, certainly North Algona was one of them, where they were using almost like election-style lawn signs. And I thought that seems to be a cheap and easy way to spread a message. I'm not sure if there's a specific location in town where a larger display, again, usually I think of the more rural ones when you're driving down the highway, they have a giant display. So I don't want to be critical. I think it's just a matter of Renfrew County having so many municipalities that some confusion is going to be born, and I have absolutely no care in the world for those people that violated our fire ban and got fined. They should have been. We put in fire bans for a reason. And the fact that this summer, I think residents only lost a couple weeks, I think is is actually somewhat lucky given the lack of rain that we had. So that would be my only comment, is I'm wondering if we could do better, but I certainly don't mean that as a criticism. Just I think we might have some room to grow in that particular messaging.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We did, as fire chiefs of Renfrew County, we did communicate quite a bit. We communicated extensively when this fire ban went out. So I would think that we were mostly within a few days. Further to that, if you have residents that are calling you asking questions, please direct them to the fire department. I have no problems with giving them that information. When people do purchase permits, we're requesting that they give us their email address. So at the time, and I'll get to it in a second. So what we did was we sent out mass communications on the email list informing everybody. Some emails bounced back because they were, you couldn't make them out, they were wrong, things like that. So the other thing we're asking is that people provide us with a cell phone number. And we've taken steps now. We're in discussion with IT to develop a texting system as well too, to get that out. I have seen the signs, and they may work well. My concern with that is the amount of time involved in getting them out. So we are taking steps to try to correct that.
Thank you. Councillor Frenier, then Councillor Purcell.
So I spent a lot of the summer at a campsite, and there was a lot of unhappy campers. But that was good because they couldn't, only one municipality in the county, I believe, didn't have the fire ban on most of the time, and then they just implemented it. But I guess my comment anyway is more around the fine. $200 fine, I think that has to go up. During a fire ban, $200 is not enough. I'm sorry, I have zero tolerance for that, especially in the city of Pembroke where it's like highly populated. So I think we need to look at that. I don't think fire bans are going to go away. We see the change, the temperatures and dry summers. So I really would like to get the support of council to say, let's look at that. And I would move that we look at increasing that at least by double, a minimum. I would expect that if I lit a fire during a fire ban, it would be a $500 minimum fine, enough to hurt, anybody. Anyway, I'm looking for a seconder for a motion to that effect.
Absolutely. I meant to say that.
So we motion on the floor.
Well, maybe you should look at it.
Oh, to look at it?
Sorry, I'm talking. It's an uneducated guess, but I'm hoping maybe someone else could support that. I think $500 minimum.
You wanted the chief to come back with the recommendation, or do you want to?
Yeah, okay, that would be more direction then to staff to come back with a recommendation.
We're looking at the bylaw next.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bylaws up next.
Yeah, and I got ahead of us. Okay, perfect.
So,
I'm ahead.
you want to keep the motion on the floor?
Yes,
Okay, motion on the floor to chief and staff to come back with a recommendation for changing the fire ban penalty. Seconded by Councillor Keel. Any discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Councillor Purcell.
Chief, I just wanted to say thanks to the Professional Firefighters Association for their support during Canada Day. I had the pleasure of attending all the events at Canada Day, and I think it was the great finale in terms of the firefighters fireworks show was just wonderful to see. So, and you said that they've been providing those services since 1976 for our Canada Day celebration. So kudos to your staff and the association, which for all they do in terms of supporting our Canada Day festivities. So thank you so much. My other question, I guess I'll just wait until the recreation burning bylaw update comes, and I think it's more associated with that. Thank you.
Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just simply to say that on a user side of things, the fire department does communicate quite well with a person who has a permit. I knew when the fire ban was on. I get information here, there, and everywhere in terms of things that are going on in respect to the burn permit. The problem with the signs, as I've noted, is in Laurentian Valley, at least on the weekend when I drove out to past Home Depot area, the sign is still there, even though the permit is, or the ban is off. So if you put it out, you gotta take it back at some point. But anyways, but I thought the department did extremely well in terms of communicating that. I knew when it's on, when it's off, what I'm allowed to do. So I think it's working well.
Councillor Keel.
Yeah, so hearing your update on that one and Mayor Gervais' comment, I think if we did have that texting system or whatnot, if your office, if Pettawa or Laurentian Valley put on a ban and we didn't have one and you were suddenly getting calls saying, do we have one, do we not, it would probably be easier for you to blast out saying you will get a message if we institute a ban. Because to what I was saying to the mayor, it was, I think, believe it or not, it was several messages, but I think in that 2 or 3 day period, where others were on and ours weren't, and that was getting confused. But if we had an instant messaging blast, we could say, we will let you know when there is one. Because I think while the ban was on, that was well communicated on radio and stuff. I do believe it's just the confusion that there's multiple municipalities, and when people see one, they're, well, is that us? Is that not us? So I think if we had an easier time communicating, you could probably blast pretty quickly that, we don't currently have one, but we will let you know if we do. Because I didn't have concerns at the tail end of it. It was just those beginning few days, people were just like, well, is it us? Is it not us? So I think with the newer technology, if we get that instituted, that could probably clear that up rather easily.
Thank you for those 2 reports, Chief. Next item B, recreational burning bylaw. Chief Sell.
So recommendation that Finance and Administration Committee endorse and recommend council approval of the updated recreational burning bylaw. So in 2023, council passed bylaw 23-63, a bylaw to regulate recreational open air burning and precautions to be taken by the owner in the city of Pembroke. This updated recreational burning bylaw was an enormous change for the city and the department. After 2 years of working with this original bylaw, there have arisen some issues that require the bylaw to be revised. So the definition of fire ban and outdoor appliances has been changed to address the new products and the use of solid fuel cooking devices during a fire ban. Section 5 and 7 now include wording for fire bans. Section 8 was modified slightly to incorporate new technology, layout permit holders' expectations during renewal, clarify the process for dealing with permits that have not been renewed in a timely manner, and place appropriate restrictions on owners and properties who are not in good standing with other city departments. We have also introduced wording that will allow us to transition to where permits shall be valid for the calendar year in which they are purchased, beginning January 1st, 2026. We have taken steps to make all forms of payment acceptable at the fire department. This comes at an increased cost for customer convenience. So it is recommended that the fees increase on January 1st, 2026 to incorporate these added costs. As a result, the initial permitting process will be $110, while renewals will be $60. Further, in Section 8, the ability to withdraw permits is expanded to include those owners or properties that have come into contravention with any other bylaws, codes, legislation, or standards enforced by the City of Pembroke after the permit has been approved. And lastly, in Section 10, we have expanded the ability of the city to recover costs for responses and contraventions of the bylaw. So, taking into account your recommendations, I will work with our clerk on developing that, incorporating that into the new bylaw that'll be coming in front of you September 16th. If council wishes that to be the punishment for burning within a fire ban, I'm completely fine with that.
Motions, questions. Councillor Purcell, you had one, and then Councillor Frenier.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks again, Chief. I guess my question came in regards to, I see other municipalities in terms of the use of spark arrestor screens on top of fire pits. I'm just wondering if that's something that we would consider including in terms of our fire procedure. Alumet Island, just across the way, at the cottage, we have to use a spark arrestor. You can't have an open fire. You have to have a screen that's over your pit, which is a new bylaw for them as well. The other thing is, in regards to that same question that we were talking about, I have a permit holder, and I received, confirmation in terms of when the fire ban was, and the fire ban was off. So the process worked well through email. I had really no concerns, or the contact information that you provide when you get your permit. I think it worked actually really, really well. I think maybe just some people maybe just anticipating that they want to have a fire sooner than the ban was maybe off, or were a little bit confused, or they weren't permit holders and didn't get the emails. So I definitely got the email, and so did the mayor. That being said, when you go to the January 1st renewal period, so those individuals that have renewed, say, from September on, well, actually, is it going to be prorated for
Yes.
that year? Okay. Yeah, that was my question. I didn't see it in there, so it'll be prorated. So that way then there's a catch-up year, and then January 1st, it'd be the full amount. Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Frenier?
Yeah, through the chair. This council has taken a lot of steps to try to stay ahead of increases in departmental costs by implementing regular increases in rates. And I'm wondering if this should also be included, that annually there be a minimal increase, whatever, 4 or 5% or CPI. Would you second that? So I would move that we also implement annual increases of CPI to these rates. To the actual permit rate, not the fines, just
So
permit.
we have a motion on the floor to do CPI annually, seconded by Councillor Keel. We'll let the chief speak before we have others comment.
So I just wanted to say with the new way that we can receive payment at the fire hall now, this would allow us to do that. Because previously it was cash or check, and it was very tedious trying to make change.
So motion on the floor to increase the burning permit annually by CPI. And any just further discussion? Councillor Giacono. Yes.
Thank you. We had people coming to us saying, we're looking for a little bit of recreation with a fire. So we came up with a charge. Now we're going to nail them again with a CPI charge. While their kids are barbecuing a hot dog or having some popcorn. Like, should there be some exclusion? We could perhaps raise money other places, but I mean, they're having a little bit of family time together, and every time you turn around, we're going to nail them with a CPI over a fire and a hot dog. I have some difficulty with that. I'll be voting against it.
Councillor Frenier, then Councillor Purcell.
Through the chair, I just want to say that we are doing that with all recreation activities in the city now too. Swimming, skating, anything is getting an increase. Any sporting organizations are also doing it because our fire staff get generous increases every contract too. So I understand what Councillor Giacono is saying, but unfortunately, we can't give away these services, and even if they are recreational.
Councillor Purcell and then Councillor Keel.
I kind of hear where Councillor Giacono is coming from. That being said, I would consider just having the CPI on the initial inspection. There's a lot more time and effort goes into the actual inspection, where they go in situ, they look at the location, they analyze the spot, they provide feedback. If the conditions aren't changing, $60 for a renewal permit is pretty decent money, right? So I would just say the CPI would be on the initial inspection, which is the amount of work, because there's really no additional cost. It's very little, minimum effort in terms of renewal. As I went through the renewal process, it's very simple.
An amendment to the motion?
I would recommend that we amend the motion to just CPI in terms of the initial assessment.
Do we have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Giacono? So we have amendment on the floor to add CPI to the initial fee of the fire permit. Those in favor of the amendment? 4. Oh, sorry, yes, I apologize. My apologies, Councillor Keogh. Discussion on the amendment. Councillor Keogh.
So I'm not going to support that. To be honest, I find it nonsensical. I don't know why we would put CPI on one fee and not CPI on another fee. The renewal fee is already cheaper. It's half the price. That's why it's half the price, is because there's slightly less work involved. You know, I find it interesting. We come at budget, and at budget we're ready to increase fees, we're ready to do all that, and then by the time the summer comes by, we're back to doing this council's old ways of not tending to proper administration of fees. I mean, we had skating at $2 for 20 some years, and then we wonder why, you know, we don't have money in reserves or anything to fix a roof at the Kinsman Pool, or, you know, God knows how many millions we're about to have to spend on the PMC, and we've only had a Parks and Rec reserve now for 2.5 years. The reality is, I'd love to give everybody free skating and free parks and free fires and free everything, but I'd like Councillor Giacono to tell me how we're supposed to pay for these things, because the costs don't stop rising, and the costs certainly don't stop going down. But then we sit here like we're trying to pretend that we're doing a service to the public by cutting fees and holding them back. We're doing a disservice to the public, because at some point in time we have to pay for this. And what ends up happening is 10, 15 years go by, and then all of a sudden somebody goes in and goes, these fees are ridiculous. We raise them by several dollars, and then the public's mad because they're like, well, you just instituted a 30% increase. I mean, CPI is negligible at best. I think this year it was either 2 or 3%, which on, you know, on $60, that's going to be, that's going to be like, what, a dollar something. But at the end of the day, when everybody pays that extra dollar something, it helps pay for our fire department. It helps pay for them to do these things. So I'm not against free stuff. Somebody tell me how we're then paying for the other stuff, because I'll say it through you, Mr. Chair, to the Councillor Giacono. It's not free. We end up raising their taxes to fill the gap. So instead of the person with the permit paying for the service, now everybody's paying so that certain people can have backyard fires, because the fire department's costs are certainly not going to not rise next year. They're going to go up. So asking the consumer for you know, a cost of living adjustment is, I mean, frankly, it's the bare minimum that our fee should be attached to.
So we have a minimum on the floor to raise the CPI on the initial fee. And so, Councillor Jagan, you want to speak to it again before we vote?
I do, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm not against increasing fees. What I'm saying is, a few years ago, we had no charge. People had fires in every backyard. Nobody had to pay anything, and now they're paying. You have a young couple with maybe 3 or 4 kids. That makes a difference. You know, I don't care what anybody says, whether it's on case of pop or whatever. Can we not give them a bit of enjoyment rather than taxing people right to death on everything we come up with? Say, here's a charge. Now we've got a golden goose. Let's keep her going, folks, till we break the camel's back. I think there's got to be some levity. There's got to be some relaxation. You know, I'm not suggesting we do it everywhere, but I'm saying this is sort of a family event. Hot dog and a marshmallow. You know, we're all concerned with families spending time together. That's personal for me. I mean, I know council will vote the way they like, and that's their intent. But from a personal perspective, I think we're nickel and diamond. Thank you.
Okay, I'll allow two more speakers, Councillor Keel and Purcell, before we vote on the amendment. Councillor Keel.
Just 2 points to Councillor Jacquinot's position. Number one, we didn't have free fires just a few years ago. We had a recreational fire bylaw that allowed people to have fires near waterways, and those people paid for their permits to have those fires. And I find it a little rich that Councillor Jacquinot was talking about the importance of someone having a fire and a hot dog when he voted against opening up the recreational fire bylaw.
Order.
I do. I'd just like to respond to that from the standpoint that years ago, you could have a backyard fire and nobody would charge you for that. We came up with the idea that we're going to make some revenue and offset some revenue, and we charged. There was a time when I was on this council, you could have a bonfire in your backyard and nobody came around to see if it was burning out of control. Nobody came to check and there was no charge. Correct me if I'm wrong, Chief.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't recall those times. That must have been before my my time at the fire
So
department.
we've always had a charge to have outdoor burning. I'd like to investigate that because I do not believe that is correct.
Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Purcell, then we'll vote on the motion.
It's interesting. It's kind of interesting how we're getting here. Okay, so we vote to have an opportunity for individuals to have recreation fire. If we want to use the same analogy as terms of parking and being self-sufficient, and we want to use the same analogy as building departments in terms of their efficiencies, maybe we need to think about the true costs in terms of fire permits then. If the true cost is 2 individuals times 3 individuals with a fire truck show up at home, do an assessment, do a report, go back to the fire station, compile those reports, record those reports. So maybe we should be asking the question to do the exact same thing. What is the level of effort to actually do an assessment? What is the true cost of an assessment? If that's the way that this council wants to go and have very little dollars in terms of offsetting taxpayer dollars, it's aligned with the other 2 positions that were taken, Councillor Keel. So why don't we just do that? What is the actual cost in terms of doing that? Fuel, equipment time, manpower time, in terms of the assistance time, the records management component, all those things. What does that equal? We just went through a whole exercise in regards to parking, and we went through an exercise in regards to the building department. What's the difference? Why are we treating fire the same, different then? If that's the case, that's the way we're going to go, then let's go that way. The whole idea behind recreation and burning was to have, like Councillor Jacquinot said, an opportunity for a family to have a little wiener roast around the fire at the backyard. And now it's getting to the point where, the costs are going to continue to increase for a simple little item. That's what I'm saying. So if we want to go true recovery costs, I recommend that, we have the chief come back with a detailed audit report in terms of how much each of these items are costing. And if the case is in terms of serving dollars, then we shouldn't have done it in the first place, because we knew it was going to cost dollars. It was never going to recoup the dollars that we had in terms of the offset.
So are you withdrawing your amendment, or are you just going to keep it on the floor?
I'll keep the amendment on the floor, but I do think as a follow-up, we probably should go, and this council should really understand the true costs in terms of the assessment, the initial assessment. That's manpower, vehicle, all those things in regards to the time that it takes to do the initial assessment. It's a big job.
Yeah, Chief, you want to comment on that, find that out, or?
If that's council's wish, I will do my best to come back in a timely manner, but I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay, so Councillor Lefreniere, I'll allow you to speak, then we'll vote on the amendment.
Through the chair, so, this is really going beyond what I expected. I think that the fee that we set was meant to be accommodating to the public. And no, I don't want to see the chief have to go through it, because I know that it would be a lot more than what we're charging. So that in itself should be showing the people that we are giving them a good deal on this family outing. But that being said, we are not going to increase it to what the true costs are. I wouldn't support that. But I certainly don't want to see us continue to fall behind to give them this favor. It would be like if I supported freezing all skating costs, no matter what recreation costs did. So I really think we need to just step back from this. It's not a contest. Let's just do what we wanted to do, and that's provide a service, but be in tow with other recreational services and just have a small increase. Like Councillor Keel said, it'd be $1.20 or $1.80 increase if it's based on CPI annually. So, on a $60 fee. So,
$10 in Ridge Valley. $10 fee, renewal fee.
but we have a full-time fire department to pay for, not a volunteer, and I'm just responding to that. So other municipalities don't have the services we have to pay for. Anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that. But no, I would not be interested in putting them through a full-blown, because I know we're giving our residents a deal already.
How much?
Then we have to vote on the original motion, then we'll come back to this direction for the chief. Motion, the amendment is to move by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Jacquinot, to have a CPI increase yearly on the initial fee of the fire permit. Those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, 4 opposed, that's defeated. Okay, now we have the original motion of adding CPI to the yearly fire fee. Right? And who made that motion? And, okay, Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Keel, adding CPI to the yearly fire fee, permit fee. Any more discussion on that? Seeing none, those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those opposed? 3. Motion carried. Okay, finally, let's circle back to Councillor Purcell's comment on having the chief go and find the true cost. Is that what council wants to do? I see some heads nodding.
Do we know the true cost in terms of what that costs?
Comment, Chief?
No, I do not know the true cost. However, the initial, when this initial bylaw was brought forward in 2023, the initial cost of $100 was a very rough estimate of the amount of time that it took for the officer to attend, conduct the inspection, write the report, and then administration do the paperwork at the fire hall, and administration do the paperwork at City Hall. So that's where roughly it was a half an hour dedicated to the fire officer and 15 minutes dedicated to each administrative professional that was dealing with the permit. That's where that $100 came from.
Okay, so we have Councillor Jacquinot comment.
Mr. Chair, I think if you went to cost recovery, people wouldn't be buying a permit. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, are you satisfied with that?
I'd still would like to know the true cost in terms of what actually it is. It's more than $100.
Okay, so can we have some nodding of the heads? Do you want to direct the chief to?
I mean, just look what we just talked about in regards to the last 2 items that we talked about. Try to get them neutral, right? So now we're talking about a system, and we're not trying to get it neutral.
Was a comment.
Sure.
Well, I just would like to see a resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to make a motion for that?
Sure, I'll make a motion that we request the fire chief to come back to council with calculations in terms of the true cost of the initial assessment for the burn permit process and also the renewal.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? No seconder.
Nobody wants to know.
So it
the
fails.
true cost. Nobody just wants to know the true cost.
Yeah. Okay, next item C, fire dispatching services, Chief Sell.
Recommendation that the City of Pembroke Finance and Administration Committee approve moving forward with a request for proposals for NFPA compliant certified full fire dispatch services for the Pembroke Fire Department. Our fire department's first line of defense is not a fire engine, it's the dispatcher's voice on the other end of the radio. That voice is its supporting communication infrastructure determines how quickly help arrives. It ensures the appropriate resources get to the emergency and notifies firefighters of how much danger they are about to face when they step into harm's way. Currently, our dispatch service is not fully aligned with the National Fire Protection Standards. This gap is not simply a matter of compliance, it's a matter of life safety, liability, and public trust. Every second lost in dispatch is a second gained by fire, hazardous chemical release, or a second lost to somebody trapped in a vehicle. The Pembroke Fire Department currently utilizes the Central Ambulance Communications Center, otherwise known as CAC, located in the town of Renfrew for dispatching services. The contract for service provided by CAC is held by the County of Renfrew and negotiated between two parties, the county and the Ministry of Health. The City of Pembroke does not have a seat at the table during negotiations, nor any authority or negotiating privileges under the current contract. Aside from the recent console update in 2023, minimal upgrades have been done at CAC or to the infrastructure that supports communications between CAC and the Pembroke Fire Department since the inception of the 911 program in the 1990s. So on to the discussion. So the issue with the communication infrastructure and equipment used by CAC for dispatching the fire services in Renfrew County has been discussed and debated for several years. Discussions began in earnest in 2015 on upgrading improving the system, but broke down around 2017 after years of debate, leaving the system in a precarious position. The equipment was antiquated at that time, and a major failure would have catastrophic effects throughout the county. There has been no movement on the communication infrastructure, and we are still using the same equipment and systems as we originally put in place in the late 90s. The fire services within Renfrew County have little control over the system. The primary role of CAC is to dispatch ambulance services under the Ministry of Health. Dispatching fire is a secondary service. Renfrew County CAC is one of the few CACs throughout the province who dispatch fire. As such, CAC has an extremely dedicated and well-trained staff in terms of ambulance communications, but falls short of meeting key requirements for fire service communications. Fire communications dispatching agencies, such as those contracted by Arnprior, Renfrew, and as of recently McNabb Braeside, are operating within the requirements of the National Fire Protection Association Standard 1225, a standard for emergency services communications. As of July 1st, 2026, the provincial mandatory certification deadline under OREG 343/22, fire dispatchers employed by a fire department or municipality must be certified under this standard. This standard sets professional qualifications for public safety telecommunicators, ensuring dispatchers are trained to provide accurate, timely, and hazard-aware instructions. Further, the standard mandates resilient, redundant, and high-performance communication systems to ensure no call is ever lost and no firefighter is ever left without information. NFPA standards equal proven life safety practices. As CAC employees fall outside of the scope of OREG 343/22, there is no requirement for CAC dispatchers to meet or hold certification to this standard. Therefore, our current service does not meet benchmarks outlined in the standard, particularly in areas of formal certification, continuous quality assurance, and integrated situational awareness systems. As the City of Pembroke contracts dispatch services provided by CAC, there is a strong liability risk placed upon the City of Pembroke. There is a limited comparison between what CAC currently provides and the level of service that is available. Not only is there the standard compliance issue, but we also run into the issues of real-time communication, event logging, and incident tracking, all of which fire dispatching agencies have in place. Currently, the Pembroke Fire Department uses a 2 mobile radio system in our emergency response vehicles. This antiquated communication system is the only way we can receive communicate with CAC. One mobile receives the pages while the second is used to communicate with CAC or with other apparatus or personnel on the fire ground. To speak to CAC, the firefighter must physically change the channels on their mobile or portable radio. This takes the firefighter off the working channel and severs the vital communication link between them and the rest of the fire ground. This is a tremendous risk to firefighter safety. CAC does not have the ability to monitor our fire ground working channel. The changing of channels occurs frequently on the fire ground as the incident commander must physically notify CAC when specific benchmarks are reached. Examples of these benchmarks are agent applied, meaning water on the fire, or primary search complete. These benchmarks are also required to be reported to the Ontario Fire Marshal and are key service indicators and data used by fire departments to determine everything from staffing levels, response models, and station locations. They are also extremely valuable when brought before the courts to defend actions in liability suit or when seeking prosecution for criminal cases. Because CAC does not have the ability to record our working channel, these times must be passed along to CAC. Upon receiving the verbal report from the IC, the dispatchers log the information using the time they received the communication from the incident commander. Although we do our best, these times are rarely 100% accurate. Once the communication is complete, the IC must physically turn from CAC channel back to the working channel. Further, the two examples I used above occur at times on the fire ground when the conditions are usually at their worst and potential for firefighter accidents, injuries, or death is at the highest. At this point during emergency responses is also when the IC is being inundated with information, requests for resources, and questions from arriving emergency responders and the public. It's very easy to simply forget to turn the channel. This increases the risk of missing critical fireground transmissions such as maydays, evacuation orders, or other urgent messages. It has happened to me in the past and will continue to happen in the future. Firefighter safety should always be the primary priority. Most dispatching agencies operate on a single channel dispatch model for fire operations, ensuring that all call taking, dispatching, and on-scene updates occur on the same channel. This eliminates the need for crews to monitor multiple channels during high-stress incidents and reduces the risk of missed transmissions. All fireground communications are recorded, providing a reliable record for incident review, training, and post-incident analysis. This supports accountability, operational learning, and safety audits following critical events. In review of many line-of-duty death reports, one of the leading factors is communication breakdown. There are many examples of dispatchers monitoring fireground communications and hearing firefighters calling for help. These dispatchers have notified the incident commander and saved the firefighters' lives. The current method of operation could potentially lead to a situation where a firefighter is calling for help and the incident commander does not receive the radio transmission because they have the radio turned to the dispatch channel. Post-incident investigations frequently focus on dispatch performance, and NFPA compliance is a strong legal defense. Single catastrophic event could cost the municipality far more in settlements and insurance premiums than the cost of upgrading dispatch services. So over the summer, I mentioned we had transitioned to a new records management platform. So incorporating this with the Who's Responding notification responder tracking system that we use for the City of Pembroke Fire Department and the Municipal Emergency Control Group. This technology could be added to a full fire dispatch as well, and it would also offer us services such as pre-incident planning, unit tracking, mapping, etc. On top of this, we are experiencing a complete remodeling of the 911 network known as NG911. This remodeling is occurring across Canada and is an attempt to modernize the 911 system by accounting for cell phones as the primary mode of communications. 911 will now allow receipt of various communication methods employed by cell phones. Currently, Renfrew County is beginning the transition process. Again, the agencies providing fire dispatch services, as discussed above, have already completed the transition to ensure uninterrupted service during emergencies. By moving forward with fire dispatching agencies, it would ensure our municipality meets the NG911 requirements without requiring additional internal upgrades or compliance planning. If committee recommends a change, any new provider would be communicating through the internet or IPVPN, which would include built-in redundancies, most agencies providing triple redundancy, none of which is currently provided with CAC. When we would no longer be tied to the tower system as our primary means of communication with our dispatchers. Tower systems are notoriously prone to weather-related malfunctions. Many dispatching issues occur across the county annually, whether due to snow, ice, or wind. Also, if transition is approved, a new provider would be compliant with all standards relative to fire dispatching. As mentioned earlier, this would increase firefighter safety on the fire ground by grouping all communications together and by recording all transmissions. So the current costs of our dispatching services provided by CAC are broken down. So administration fee is divided amongst the users in the county. So currently it's divided by 16. So administration fee for 2025 would be $3,267.46. For 2026, it would be $3,428.22. So this would be a 5% increase over 2025, sorry. So the administration fee, if we look at 2025, is $52,279.43, and that's divided by the 16 departments. However, if more departments follow McNabb Braeside, Renfrew, and Arnprior, that number is going to be reduced, increasing our costs on the administration fee side. The call taking and alerting, that's broken down. The dispatching is broken down, so that's separated because one particular municipality just does call taking and they don't do the dispatching. And that increase is roughly 4.9% between 2025 and 2026 again. A 5-year average cost for dispatching services provided by CAC is $26,197. So this includes, I'll get to that, sorry. Included a projected cost for 2025 of roughly $26,000. This is based on 406 calls for 2025. Now, I based the 406 calls off of what we saw in the first half of the year, and I just wanted to note that this number could be higher, as July through November is traditionally our busier months, so the cost could be increased. So beginning in 2023 and into 2024, the fire department saw a return to COVID numbers, pre-COVID numbers. So the COVID factor must be addressed, as it does affect the 5-year costing from dispatch. From 2023 report that I presented, the average cost of dispatching over a 5-year span was $14,910, compared to the 5-year cost of 2025, which is $26,197. This is a 75% increase over 2 years. This also includes the purchase of a new console in 2023, which the city was charged $35,478.81 for. When considering the costing, please remember that the purchase in 2023 was the first of its kind. There have been no major investments in the communication infrastructure in recent years, and there is no reserve funding for future upgrades, repairs, or maintenance. In May of 2023, County Council accepted a motion to move ahead with the purchase of a new console and radio system for the CAC from Bearcom for a total of $360,142.30. The purchase was necessary as the console being replaced was obsolete and could not be repaired. The costing breakdown downloaded to municipalities for the purchase of fire dispatching equipment was determined at County Council, with no representation from the City of Pembroke during discussion. The decision was made to base the cost breakdown on weighted assessment, not split evenly between all users as the administration fee is. If the same formula was used as the administration fee allotment, the city's portion of the new console would have been half of what we actually paid. On September 3rd, 2025, so tomorrow evening, Mr. Lee Perkins, Director of Operations from the County of Renfrew, will be presenting to the County Fire Chiefs. We hope he will be bringing forward a proposal for upgrades to the county communication system. From the proposals that were presented in 2015, which the technology is probably now obsolete, the projected costs of this project will run in the millions, with potential increased annual costs in maintenance and user fees of upwards of $650,000 a year. If you as council wish to remain working within the county communication system, I cannot tell you how much the future costs will be. The infrastructure currently used is obsolete. What systems work in one municipality may not work in other municipalities or meet the needs of their fire service. The county is too diverse in geography and demographics. The chair of the Renfrew County Fire Service will be recommending county begin reserve funding for future repairs, maintenance, and upgrades, which will continue to escalate the costs. I believe the best decision for the ratepayers of the City of Pembroke is to remove ourselves from the county system and find a full fire dispatching agency that meets the city's needs, uses up-to-date technology, and presents a fixed costing rate that can easily be budgeted for year to year. If direction is given to make a change in dispatching services, transitional costs will be incurred to add some equipment to communicate with the new service provider. This initial startup fee could range in price from $5,000 to $30,000. This would be offset by lower future costs on communication equipment, as we would no longer require the dual mobile radio system we currently employ with CAC. Once setup is complete, annual costs usually based on per capita basis, could possibly be in the range of $60,000 to $70,000. These numbers are based on information shared from the town of Renfrew, town of Arnprior, and the municipality of McNabb-Braeside, who have all moved to fully certified fire dispatching agencies. After reviewing our fire service dispatch requirements, I recommend to Council that Pembroke Fire Department moved forward with a request for proposals for a fully certified fire dispatch. While we recognize the capabilities of CAC, their operations are designed primarily for ambulance dispatch under provincial standards. Council has the opportunity and the responsibility to act before a preventable tragedy occurs. The City of Pembroke's move to a certified fire dispatching agency is based on our needs for a purpose-built, fire-focused dispatch solution that maximizes firefighter safety, ensures clear and continuous communication, leverages our existing technological investments, and fully aligns with our operational legislative requirements. For the city, this move would provide lower legal exposure through documented adherence to national standards, better outcomes in after-action reviews and insurance audits, and stronger public confidence in our emergency service. This is not an added budget expense. It's an investment in public and firefighter safety, liability protection, and public confidence. So alternatives to consider. So council could decide to stay within the county and the CAC system. It is very likely that going forward with the county after the overhaul of the communication systems, we will see costing far beyond what a full fire dispatch would cost annually. As an example, the town of Arnprior in 2025 will pay $48,989 fixed rate, and the town of Renfrew will pay $52,000 fixed rate to the city of Brockville for dispatch. The city of Pembroke in 2023 paid $53,133.71, with $35,478.81 of that unplanned and unbudgeted for due to the emergency console replacement.
Thank you, Chief, for the very extensive report, an important one. So we have Mayor Gervais, Councillor Keel, Councillor Jaganoth, and Councillor Frenier speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very persuasive argument, and this has gone on for too long, at least as long as I've been here. So I would move that we produce or prepare for a request for proposals for an NFPA compliant certified full fire dispatch service for the Pembroke Fire Department.
Councillor Lafreniere. So we have a motion on the floor. Discussion. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. A lot to unpack in that report, but I think what's most important is I would hope that although I might be the first to say it, nothing's going to stand between us and the safety of our firefighters. I mean that, Chief. The safety issues alone, the switching of channels, those kinds of things, we just can't have that. Should something have ever happened to one of our firefighters, I would be personally devastated. We can't allow it to happen. So obviously we need to move on with a better system. I think what I'm getting from this is, at the moment, sticking with CAC would appear cheaper in terms of the annual fee. But if I'm reading this correctly, number one, that annual fee is expected to rise significantly. And number two, we're potentially getting hit with one-time fees for changes and upgrades and stuff that apparently is completely beyond our control. I don't know if that's a question for you or a question for the CAO. Are we in some sort of agreement where we've agreed that we just get billed for this stuff without input or whatnot?
Through you, Mr. Chair, historically, that's the way that this has worked. There is a communication committee that has rare meetings with representatives from the county. But since the inception, I guess, going back through what I've learned of this is that there was just the way of doing business. And the experience that we had in 2023 with the emergency console purchase, that was a difficult pill to swallow from my perspective of not having any ability to voice concerns, opinions, have any dialogue whatsoever.
Well, I guess the good news is historically, I haven't cared how things have been done in the past while sitting at this table. I fully support the motion to move on. By the sounds of it, it's a better service, it's a safer service. I suppose in the moment it might look more expensive, but that's not our anticipated outlook, I guess is the best way of putting it. So it sounds like it may prove to actually be cheaper in the long run. So I would fully support this.
Thank you, Councillor Keel. Councillor Giacono?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Full concurrence with what the chief is saying. I'm rather put out that you were not included in the discussions about, the cost increase, et cetera. We are a partner. The fact remains that if the CAC system is not working initially properly and safely across the county, why would they continue to invest money in a system that is failing? And with the new technology, as the chief said, there may be other options. So why would they continue going with that particular system that puts officers' lives in jeopardy? I don't understand that. They're saying that they're going to bring it up to date and it will be safe, or will it still continue to be an inadequate service? That's my question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe I believe the intent is to build a system that is safe and works for all fire services. However, the cost of that project is unknown. But in some preliminary research that I've done, and in the past reports that I've seen, it will not be. It will be an expensive endeavor.
Councillor Frenier?
So, thank you. I will be supporting your recommendation, and I see this from a different angle. Something that's always disturbed me is the fact that we often pay on weighted assessment, but we don't get the votes that we're paying for at the county council table. So we pay a lot of money, that's weighted assessment, but we don't have a say on a lot of things. And the fact that they went ahead and took an equal split bill, the administration fee that was equally split, and just decided to make it assessment-based, that alone is going to increase those costs dramatically for us. And we did not have a vote. And this disturbs me. I mean, I do enjoy working with the county, and don't get me wrong on a lot of the committees, but it does disturb me when I read about a decision that was made at the county council that affects our dollars, and we don't get to sit in and have equal, as far as I'm concerned, for the money we pay. And I know the structure, there's all kinds of like diplomatic things we should be doing or procedural that we can't do because we're not part of the county. We should have at least 3 or 4 votes at that table for the money we pay, and we don't. Even when it comes to social services and housing that we contribute dollars to, we don't have final say. We sit at the committees, we can give our input, But once it goes to all the municipalities around the table at county council, City of Pembroke doesn't have input. So that has always been a bone of contention of mine. So this report just enforces my belief that this is a better decision for us, our ratepayers, our safety. Yeah, we can't be scooped in with other communities that have much different needs than we have here in the City of Pembroke. So thank you for the report. And yeah, I mean no slight at all, but this is definitely a decision that I make very easily for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have no further discussion. Councillor Keel?
Is there any possibility of us potentially negotiating a better deal as a partnership with any others, or are we on our own in terms of this RFP?
That, I have not explored that option. Most of the contracts that I'm aware of are between the municipality and the service provider. I think there is potential to go that route, but then the whole organization and negotiations is where things start to break down. That's part of one of the reasons why there has been, I think, that's why things broke down in 2015, 2016, 2017, is because there was just such a mass of, like, that's 21 municipalities that all had different wants and needs all coming to the table. And I think that certainly had a big impact on that. And that is definitely one of the reasons why sometimes the fire service of Renfrew County gets shut out of negotiations and discussions.
Thank you. Councillor Giacono.
Just a question to the chief. We have mutual aid between municipalities. So if we're on one system and they're on another, how's that going to work?
There'll be steps taken to ensure that that still works.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor made by Mary Survey, seconded by Councillor Frenier, to approve moving forward with a request for proposal for NFPA compliant full fire dispatching services for the Pembroke Fire Department. Those in favor? Carry unanimously. Thank you, Chief. Next, we have our treasurer, Ms. Lochte, with the tax policy, affordable housing rental subclass. Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. So tonight I'm here to talk about a new affordable rental housing subclass that's available to all municipalities across Ontario. So recently, the Ontario provincial government has introduced a new optional subclass within the multi-residential and new multi-residential property classes to support the development and maintenance of affordable rental housing. So this subclass permits municipalities with the flexibility to offer up to a 35% property tax rate reduction on eligible affordable rental units located within our boundaries. This discounted tax rate would apply to the municipal portion of the tax bill only, as education rates are not impacted by this regulatory change. So if the city would like to adopt this optional subclass, we have until September 30th of this year to have it apply to the 2026 tax year, which is why I'm bringing this report forward now as opposed to at budget time. So properties are eligible for the affordable rental housing subclass when the municipality opts to implement this subclass via a bylaw. The property is classed currently as either multi-residential or new multi-residential, and the property meets conditions set out in subsection 22.1.1 paragraph 5 of OREG 282/98. So it has to be a self-contained residential unit. it has to meet the criteria of being an affordable residential unit as set forth in the Development Charges Act. And there has to be some kind of agreement in place either with the feds, the province, or the municipality, or be defined as a service manager as outlined in the Housing Services Act of 2011. So according to under the Development Charges Act, and as per the August 1st, 2025 Affordable Residential Units Bulletin, an affordable monthly rent in the city of Pembroke is, for example, a one-bedroom unit would have to have a monthly rent of $1,033. A two-bedroom would be a maximum of $1,247 a month. So the Renfrew County Treasurers did meet in August to discuss this new tax policy potential. Per the County of Renfrew's review, the only qualifying affordable housing properties that they are aware of falls under their role related to Section E as service manager as defined in the Housing Services Act of 2011. Specifically, the County of Renfrew operates 6 housing corporations, with 3 offering affordable rentals in the city of Pembroke through the St. Joseph Nonprofit Housing, Kinsman Court, and Renfrew County Housing Corporation. So in total, the properties owned by these 3 corporations in Pembroke have a 2025 multi-residential assessment of over $26 million. On the flip side, the city does share in the cost of the affordable housing portfolio through our Renfrew, through our financial contribution to the County of Renfrew every year, and our share of their costs is 9.4%. So if we look at this from a purely math point of view, these county-owned properties generate tax revenue of over $939,000. If we were to adopt a 35% reduction on these properties, our revenues would be reduced by $332,000 as compared to a cost savings on the other side through having to pay less to the county for affordable housing of 9.4% or $31,000. So if we look at the math alone, we would lose more revenue than we would save in costs. The other unknown to this is what kind of administrative burden there would be in maintaining a subclass. So this was discussed without a lot of consultation, and I know that's something that's still under review by impact in terms of what the process is, because there would have to be some check to ensure that the properties that fall within this subclass have an applicable agreement in place and are charging rent that is considered to be affordable, and that threshold gets updated regularly by the provincial government. So there's certainly some sort of administrative burden, and it's not known at this time if that's the municipality is going to have to play a role in that. Is that impact? Is that the property taxpayer? Is that a combination of the 3 of us? So there's still quite a bit of unknowns at this time, and I believe the only municipalities that are looking at this, implementing this, are the bigger cities like Ottawa and Toronto, and not the smaller ones at this time. So we could opt to adopt it. However, in my mind, at this point, the only person that's going to benefit is the county. The city taxpayers would pay more for that. So at this time, my recommendation is that, we leave things status quo. We don't adopt the affordable rental housing subclass at this time. Over the next few years, things can change. Perhaps there's more players at the table, and this is something we can always reconsider in later tax years, but my recommendation is not to implement for 2026 and just to monitor, how it's implemented and the success that it has or doesn't have in other municipalities. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the detailed report, as always. So we have comments, questions, motions. Councillor Keel, Lafreniere, then Plummer.
I'll be quick. For reasons giving, I move the committee accept the Treasurer's report for information purposes and accept the Treasurer's recommendation to not proceed with the affordable rental housing subclass at this time.
Seconder, Councillor Plummer. Discussion, Councillor Keel. Plummer, do you want to comment on the motion because you seconded it?
No, I just agree with Councillor Keel. I think this would be a logistical nightmare trying to keep track of all the different rents from if we implemented it, because what's going to stop a landlord from, saying we have affordable rents, yes, on year one, and then all of a sudden the rates get hiked on year 2 or 3 or down the road, and we got to keep track of these. And it doesn't seem to be a win for the taxpayer of this city of Pembroke, so I agree not to support it this time.
And you?
No. When I see these numbers, you're right, we would lose, and our partner, well, anyway. And these rents, I don't think anyone in any of those housing units are paying those rents. I know for a fact they're not. So we're already half of that in those facilities, some of it. So anyway, done.
Further discussion? If I could comment from the chair, I support the motion fully. The province, we're a small community. We don't have the budgets that big cities do, so the province has slid this option onto the community. So it's sort of like robbing Peter to pay Paul, when what they should be doing, in my opinion, is incentives for builders for affordable housing. And it's very difficult for private developers to, because I've spoken to many of them, to build affordable housing because they got to, spread it over 25 years, the mortgage or more, and they have to have incentives. So it's a really tough go, and we're always competing against CMHC for the bigger city, right? Anyhow, we have a motion on the floor. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. So our last item tonight is Mud Lake Road resurfacing. We have CEO, Mr. Unruh.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief also. The package has been submitted previously, and so just to kind of highlight, we're not canceling any activities. I strongly believe in all infrastructure activities to preserve our asphalt and walkways. What we're doing is we're just pivoting and taking advantage of favorable tenders that we've received and prevent future costs. So the recommendation in front of you is that the City of Pembroke Finance and Admin Committee approve the following. Relocation of $52,000 from the William Street Sidewalk Replacement Removal Project, reallocation of $98,000 of surplus funds from the 2025 Capital Resurfacing Program, and reallocation of $54,500 from the Pavement Preservation Program, and the above reallocations to be redirected to pavement resurfacing of Mud Lake Road from Paul Martin Drive east of city limits, and Catherine Street from Supple Street to Alfred. So just at a high level, so as I was mentioning, we're not canceling anything. So the William Street sidewalk will be done or is planned and budgeted for in 2026. The resurfacing, that was just a surplus because we got favorable tenders, and the preservation program will just put that out next year. So that's crack sealing. The Paul Martin is to take advantage of some favorable tender that we received for the connected link, and similar to Catherine Street, that will be added to an existing contract. Open up to any questions.
Keel?
I move that we accept the recommendation as presented.
Do you have a seconder? Councillor Frenier? Discussion, Councillor Keel, do you want to comment first?
I think as the CAO put it in, and for anybody that reads the report, it's quite easy to read. Basically, as he said, we're just taking advantage of some other opportunities that came up. I see this as no different that, we all have work that we know we need on our house, but all of a sudden you see a sale or something comes by and you take that opportunity instead of something else that you maybe were planning on doing, but we're still going to do that later. So quite frankly, I'm happy to see this kind of report coming from staff. It shows the public, I think, that they're always paying attention to our public dollars and trying to get the best deal for the people. So I think this is really just nothing that we don't do in our own homes, frankly.
Councillor Frenier? Anybody else? Motion on the floor to accept the recommendation as the CAO read out just a minute ago. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Unanimously. CAO. Last item is the adjournment. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Keel, seconded by Mayor Gervais. Those in favor? We are adjourned.
Evening, everyone. I'd like to call this council meeting to order for September 2nd, 2025. I would ask everyone that wishes to please take an opportunity to stand for an opening prayer or reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in prayer or guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest in relation to the items that are on this council agenda? Moving forward, we got minutes. Approval of minutes of regular meeting of council August 12th, 2025. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, second by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? That is carried. And then we're adopting one set of minutes this evening, Combined Committee, August 12, 2025. I have Councillor Lafreniere, seconded by Councillor Jackin. All those in favor? That is carried. And that's what we have this evening. No delegations or presentations, no staff and committee reports, no proclamations. Moving forward to bylaws, we have 2025-66, parking bylaw amendment. Councillor Jackin.
Your Worship, I stand in recognition of your position and the honor of the Council City of Pembroke to bring in this motion moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2025-66, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 2024-24 is amended, being a bylaw to regulate and control the parking of vehicles in the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of corporation, waiting your signature.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Jackin, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that bylaw 2025-66, a bylaw to amend 2024-24 as amended, being a bylaw to regulate and control parking of vehicles in the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Jackin.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was passed some time ago in regards to some parking issues on Douglas Street, and residents had expressed some concerns, and the proper administration's taken place with the parking issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. The second bylaw for this evening, Councillor Lafreniere, bylaw 2025-67, Pembroke Lumber Kings Agreement.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell, that bylaw 2025-67, a bylaw to authorize the entering into an agreement between the Pembroke Junior A Lumber Kings Hockey Club Incorporated and the Corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that the said bylaw be signed by the acting chair and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Lafreniere and seconded by Councillor Purcell, that bylaw 2025-67, a bylaw to authorize the entering into of an agreement between the Pembroke Junior A Lumber Kings Hockey Club, Inc. and the Corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further said bylaw be signed by the Mayor and Clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Councillor Lafreniere.
Yes, this was brought forward at the last recreation meeting, and it's nice to see that we've come to a good agreement for both the team and their management and the City of Pembroke.
Thank you. Call the question. Those in favor? That is carried. Then moving on to motions, we have 2025-0906, Re-Nature School Program. Councillor Plummer.
Thank you, Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Whereas the Corporation City of Pembroke has the following interest in improving our schoolyards by creating outdoor learning spaces and tree canopy environments. And whereas the Re-Nature Foundation is undertaking the Canadian Re-Nature School Program, which will be building outdoor learning spaces and planting trees at elementary schools in Renfrew County District School Board. And be it resolved that the Council of the City of Pembroke acknowledges that the Re-Nature Foundation is applying for a funding opportunity from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Growing Canada's Community Canopies Initiative for the Canadian Re-Nature School Program, which will be building learning spaces and planting trees at elementary schools in Renfrew County District School Board, in partnership with the Corporation of the City of Pembroke. Be it also resolved, the Council of the City of Pembroke also recognizes that the lifetime contribution from the Growing Canada's Community Canopies Initiative will not exceed $10 million for the tree planting within our municipality, inclusively of a maximum contribution of $1 million for the infrastructure activity cost, and that it be approved that this project be continued and counted towards that limit. Oh, there you are.
Thank you. Thank you. Those in favor? Thank you. Carried. Reading my mind. Okay. Moving on to correspondence. So as we know, earlier this evening, we received a report from our Integrity Commissioner. I don't know that council necessarily needs to go over it. It was just earlier this evening. Ultimately, a complaint was raised. She already provided her findings earlier this evening. Because she identified one, I believe she identified as a minor breach, it raises 2 points that council must address. The first one is how to post the report. As we all know, in the past, we posted it on our website, but nonetheless, that is the first one that we must address. The second one is whether A, to uphold Integrity Commissioner's recommendation in respect to an apology, or B, just simply accept the Integrity Commissioner's report as information. So having said all of that, can I have some sort of indication as to what council is thinking in respect to the posting of the report? Councillor Plummer.
I believe we follow past practices and post a report online on our website.
Okay, any other? I'm seeing nodding, I'm seeing nodding. Okay, so there's the direction. Are we good with, or do you want a motion?
Can I have a seconder for that? Yeah.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Plummer, second by Councillor Keel to follow past practices and put it on the website. So, last Councillor Fernier, those in favor? That is carried. Second item being if I can have some sort of motion in respect to either A, upholding Integrity Commissioners, so that could be one motion. The other one is to simply accept the Integrity Commissioner's report as information. So, Councillor Jacquino?
That we accept the Integrity's Commissioner's report as information.
Do I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor is seconding it. Okay. Any discussion, absent Councillor Fernier, is there any discussion on that one before I call the question on that one? Seeing none? Oh.
We're going to have discussion generally on the issue?
So certainly, if this is what I'm trying to figure out, is whether or not someone wants to speak to it before I'm calling a question on it. Yes. Councillor Keel.
Okay. So obviously this is, as we know, this is an issue that's related to the neighborhood surrounding the grind and what can only at this point after a police raid be described as a drug house. I certainly appreciate and understand how frustrated the citizens in that area are. But with the greatest of respect, you can't say some of the things that they said to members of council. I can only, well, I don't have to imagine. I think I can appreciate how Councillor Lafreniere might feel being attacked in the way that these integrity reports feel. But I implore this council to think about the fact that we have been dealing with this neighborhood now for, what, 2.5 years, that it is stretching everyone thin. Everyone around this table knows Councillor Lafreniere, and I have no doubt in my mind that if it was a more respectful conversation, that she would always have a more respectful reply. Her response, it's hard to say things without saying things. She was targeted
personally, not in her counselor position. And for that, again, we need to get that area of this city under control, because it's not right now. And I don't know how we think we expect residents to respond when they feel like they're living in a war zone. I'm not condoning it. They should have not said what they said to Councillor Lafreniere that invoked Councillor Lafreniere's response. But at the same time, I find it hard to criticize Councillor Lafreniere for responding the way she did, because God only knows how I would have responded. We know I'm a blunt speaker, and I mean, again, it's this issue. We on council are getting emails, I think possibly on a weekly, certainly a monthly basis about what's going on in that neighborhood, and that's bringing us down. The neighbors themselves are living it. They are already so far brought down. I mean, more than one of us have had conversations where these residents are literally just breaking down in front of us and crying because of the neighborhood that they're living in, and they're not feeling like they're getting supported. Again, it doesn't condone it, but I think this explains it. So, I mean, in terms of, well, I find it pretty rich that this is the first time Councillor Jacquinot hasn't requested an apology or something. Certainly didn't give me or Councillor Purcell that professional acknowledgement. But in terms of the Integrity Commissioner demanding an apology, and Councillor Lafreniere, you know, I've said this to the residents that I was never going to support demanding an apology, and I will tell everyone around this table that I don't support that. This is not an appropriate recommendation. You can't force somebody to apologize. And yet, time and time again, this is the integrity reports that we're getting. We have never accepted that around this table. Well, a majority of us have never accepted that around this table. So I also think that we need to potentially look at our code of conduct. I know in theory something's coming down the pipeline from the province. I don't know if our staff have any update on when that might possibly be, but the province first started talking about it last summer. I think right now I think the bill in the legislature has passed, but then there's a regulation for the minister to actually bring forward a code of conduct. But I'm not going to put an apology in the mouth of anybody around this table. I don't think it would be sincere. I don't know what the purpose of such forced speech is, but I think the only purpose of me standing up tonight was to say that this all resulted from a larger issue, and I think we need to at some point grapple with that issue, or we're going to continue. I mean, some councillors probably haven't checked their email tonight, but I mean, we're getting more emails even as we're sitting here tonight, as I saw during the break, on this specific issue. So, Councillor Lafreniere, I appreciate everything you do on this topic, and I know it's one that's close to you, and that can make it difficult. But you know, none of us deserve these integrity commissioner complaints. They're costing the city taxpayers thousands of dollars every time one is made. There's better ways of dealing with things. So I would agree that we accept this for information purposes only, and that we move forward and actually deal with the actual issue, because the problem is not Councillor Lafreniere sitting in this room. The problem is somewhere else, and that's where we should be spending our time.
Thank you. I have the Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Jacquinot.
So, as Councillor Keel has spoke about the neighborhood, we all know the situation, very stressful. People are fed up, they want action. We had a community watch meeting, special meeting in July. We had a packed house, people are frustrated, very emotional. I grew up in a political family. My dad was mayor of Pembroke, and I'm proud to say that. I was 10 years old when he was elected, and I saw the insults and the flying and what councillors can take in that. And it takes a special person to serve on Pembroke City Council. You have to have thick skin. I've spoken to Councillor Frenier about what happened. I've also spoken to the person who made the complaint. The person who made the complaint, very frustrated, you know, at the wit's end, but you cannot attack someone's family. You cannot do that. Councillor Frenier said when she was doing it as Pat Lafreniere citizen, not councillor, the comment. Comment was wrong, but she was frustrated. I don't support the comment, but she made it a frustration, as the Integrity Commissioner said. There was an article in the Eagle Leader, a local judge said, this whole thing, you know, is dividing the community. Like the drug house, the location of the grind, what's going on, you know, and it is dividing the community. And this unfortunate situation with the Integrity Commissioner complaint is a result of that, you know. But Councillor Frenier and I agree on a lot of things, as we all do. We don't agree on everything, but I have the utmost respect for Pat Lafreniere. Utmost respect. Now, you cannot force an apology, okay? It's a free, we have a charter of rights, but I have the utmost respect for Pat Lafreniere. We don't agree on, you know, the location of the facility or whatever, but that's besides the point. You were personally attacked, and it got you to make that comment. You know, it's unfortunate, but we move forward as a community to solve these problems. And we're the leaders of the community elected, but it's going to take a whole community effort. Everyone, law enforcement, everyone involved, the County of Renfrew, the City of Pembroke, to solve the problem. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Jacquinot.
Your Worship, I am a little concerned that Councillor Keel feels that I had asked him for an apology some time ago. I mean, I never said you have to apologize. I said sometimes you may want to apologize, but that's up to the individual. I've made apologies in my life on many occasions where I thought I was wrong. But if you don't think you're wrong, then you stick by your guns. But you know, these are different circumstances between Councillor Fernier and what happened with Councillor Keel and perhaps Councillor Purcell. You may not like what I'm going to say, but at the time, you may not. Then don't say it. Well, I'm just going to say, no, I have an opinion around this table, as you do. Am I allowed to speak? Your Worship, am I allowed to speak?
Just keep it to the issue of...
I will address you, Your Worship, as the chair. The fact is, you know, different things were said in different contexts by different people. Some of those people sit around this table. And what Councillor Fernier said, I think, you know, was probably emotional, maybe correct in her estimation. And I would not ask her to apologize for that. But I felt previously that, you know, when I think somebody's wrong, I should be able to say, I don't think that's correct. And perhaps you may want to apologize. But if you don't want to, that's your business. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak to it? If not, from the chair, and it's noted in the report about when this came forward. Certainly, Councillor Fernier did reach out to me in respect to what was going on. Having attended AMO with the CAO and the deputy mayor, we heard about some councillors who received, I'll call it unwanted attention. That's downplaying it significantly. And the individual ultimately ended up quitting council because of the climate, the political climate that we are presently in. As to the question in respect to the code of conduct, that is my understanding, is that it's been reintroduced, the bill, and no idea when it will come forward. I know certainly I've expressed concern to our MPP as to when is it coming forward and what is in it, in the sense that is it significantly different, or does it assist us in any way than the current structure that's there. I don't know what's changed, because I can tell you in 2010, this was not the climate. People were respectful of one another, and that's public, that's staff, that's everybody. Everyone was respectful. There was disagreements even at the council table, but afterwards it was a time that you could go and play golf with one another and not have any issues that we currently face. But certainly in terms of the content of the email, it was shared with me by Councillor Frenier. I know that I've always said that as members of council, we're always perceived by the public as being council members, and that's how they perceive us. But by no means was the email directed at Councillor Frenier appropriate. That it's simply was not appropriate, and certainly the councillor could have sent a much more detailed response that certainly would catch much more attention from the Integrity Commissioner, but she obviously reserved herself in her response. So certainly I will be supporting what the motion is that simply we just receive the report and that there be no apology. So if no one else wishes to speak, but I'm not trying to stop anyone, but if no one else wishes to speak, I'll simply call the question on the motion that's been put forward on that second item. So those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Okay. And Madam Clerk, you have the direction you're looking for on 1 and 2, correct? Okay, that moves forward to Mayor's report. So good evening, everyone. I wish to bring forward my Mayor's report. On July 25th, I had the pleasure of attending the Pembroke Legion for the MyFM fundraiser for the Pembroke Legion Branch 72 and their initiative to have a memorial crosswalk at the Cenotaph, joined by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Keel. Later that afternoon, took part in a presentation to MyFM by the Legion as they were formally thanked for all of their work to raise much needed dollars for them. In total, the amount was more than $16,000 being raised and presented on July 31st. Great initiative being accomplished by Branch 72. Later that day, I was joined by our MPP as we had an opportunity to go to the Christmas and July night market and greet individuals and purchase some neat gifts. August 8th, I had the pleasure of attending Upper Ottawa Valley Jay's Carefield with a number of members of council. Awesome opportunity to acknowledge all the great work of the city working together with those providing a grant, and at the end of the day, simply to allow for an opportunity for everyone to acknowledge the great work that has been accomplished and allow all the different kids an opportunity to play and build a team spirit and so forth. August 9th was the Kids and Cops Fishing Derby held at the Pembroke Marina. Excellent opportunity for our youth to take in some fishing while meeting with officers, checking out the cruiser, and having an overall opportunity to develop relationships for years to come. Thank you to the organizers and volunteers for making this happen year after year, and for having, and thank you to the sponsors for providing prize money and various prizes. Well done by everyone involved. October 14th, the CEO and I, together with various dignitaries, met with incoming medical residents who will be working at the Family Medicine Teaching Unit at PRH. It was a great time to meet with them and welcome them to our community and to show them what everything that we have to offer. And my hope is that we retain those residents to be our future doctors serving our community. On August 18th, the Deputy Mayor, CEO, and I had an opportunity to take in a number of delegations. We were joined by Mayor Nicholson and other members of their council for a number of delegations, and certainly we are now working on seizing opportunities that were raised at that time to work with the different ministers who have encouraged us to continue to work with them and continue those discussions. August 23rd, I had the pleasure of working with recreation staff at the City of Pembroke booth at Busker Fest, and delighted to see so many members of council doing their part in helping out with the festival and taking on a variety of roles. Congratulations to Joanne Ells and her team of volunteers and sponsors for making it a fabulous event. August 26th, I had the pleasure of welcoming a new home-based business to the community known as Overproofed Bakery. We welcome the owner of the business community and trust that our community will do the same. On August 28th, I attend the humbling unveiling of a plaque at the Grind Pembroke to serve as a lasting tribute to those who have lost their lives due to overdose and serve as a reminder of the impact on families, friends, and the community. The date was selected due to the International Overdose Awareness Day. August 30th, attended the 47th Fiddling and Step Dancing Competition. It was wonderful to see such great talent and watch them compete, and it was just great entertainment in all, joined by many other individuals, including our MPP. Regarding other matters I wish to bring forward from a recent meeting of our Pembroke detachment, our board received quarterly reports and information from the acting inspector to provide clarity as to the statistics provided. We received the great news that we will be receiving 4 new probationary officers in the next 6 months and a number of additional officers coming in within the year. We discussed with the OPP and continue to talk about the recruitment of officers, and as I understand it across the province that everyone is seeking officers. Let's see here further. Miss Jane Toller, and it may have been mentioned at the August 12th meeting, recently announced that she will not be seeking a third term as warden of MRC Pontiac. I just wanted to acknowledge the work between the City of Pembroke and her, with former Mayor LeMay, and then subsequently by myself. Anytime there was any ability or synergies that we could work together on, despite the fact that we were in different provinces, we certainly did so. And so I wish her well, although it will be a loss in respect to her retirement, and look forward to working with the new warden. In terms of the Pembroke Handybus July stats year over year, has seen an increase for not only July and August. Picking on August, for instance, August 2025, 663 trips over last year was 531, so a significant increase, and the same thing is true for July. And last but not least, as always, stay safe and be kind to one another. Okay, now moving forward, number 13, notices of motion to reconsider bylaw regarding agreement with Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Whereas Council of the Corporation of the City of Pembroke previously decided to withdraw the bylaw authorizing the city to enter into an agreement with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Green Municipal Fund for a grant of $500,000 intended to support the lease and use of 2 electric minibuses in year 2 and 3 of the city's 3-year public pilot project. And whereas subsequent review, committee feedback, and consideration of program objectives indicate that it is in the public interest to revisit that decision, therefore be it resolved, notice is hereby given a motion to reconsider Council's decision to pull the bylaw authorizing the entry into agreement with FCM, Green Municipal Fund, for $500,000 grant to support the lease of 2 electric minibuses for years 2 and 3 of the City of Pembroke Public Transit Pilot Project, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Troy Purcell. The motion will be read and dealt with at the next council meeting.
Underneath the procedural bylaw, a motion to extend, we're in council, so we can just extend it. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? That's carried. So
Your Worship, I also have a point of order.
Yes, Councillor Keel.
Pursuant to our procedural bylaw 9.2.1.4, a motion to reconsider a resolution bylaw question or decided matter must be introduced by a member who voted with the majority on the original motion and shall require a 2/3 majority vote of members present. I don't believe that the Deputy Mayor did vote in favor of that matter. Additionally, 9.2.1.5, if a member is absent during the vote on the original motion or resolution, which I believe the Deputy Mayor was, the member shall not request that a motion be reconsidered at a subsequent meeting. I would therefore ask that you rule the notice of motion out of order and that it not be proceeded with.
Point of order. I actually did vote with your motion. You made a motion to pull it. I voted in favor of it. And also, where was I absent?
Been on Zoom on that point?
Yeah.
Okay.
The clerk with everything, so it's fully covered.
Are we
Yeah.
pursuing the, well, is your point of order still in play then, or?
I didn't believe the deputy mayor was here, but I'm now remembering him behind me on Zoom.
Okay.
I don't see that part much.
Okay. So it'll come forward as a motion on September, I think it's the 16th, and the deputy mayor will require 2/3 of this council to.
4 out of 5.
5 out of 7.
No, actually, the people that you were absent, so.
Are we still in a member, are we still
Yeah.
in a meeting?
Anyways,
We are
okay.
still-
Worship, I think people should stand when they're
Okay, sorry.
addressing the chair.
So I understand what you're saying, Deputy Mayor. Let me say this. I will be here on September 16th. I will be chairing the meeting, and I will be looking for 5 out of 7. That's what I will be looking for, regardless of what you say, regardless of what the clerk says. That's what I will be looking for. And if you don't get 5 out of 7, that will be the end of that.
Well,
matter.
with the clerk, it's my understanding if a member's absent from the meeting where the motion was made, they don't get to vote on their motion reconsidered.
It's my interpretation of section 9.2.1.1 of the procedural bylaw. A motion to reconsider a resolution, bylaw question, decided matter to be introduced by a member who voted with the majority on the original motion and shall require 2/3 majority of vote of members present. It doesn't clearly say it. That's how I interpret it. Because if a member isn't present, they can't bring the motion to be reconsidered in general, like in the next point. So the sentence as it reads of members present. So if you want to interpret it of members present during the actual main motion vote to be reconsidered, which is how I interpret it, then that's how it is. However, you are the chair, and if you interpret the sentence differently, so be it.
So just so that this council is aware, on September 16th, my interpretation is different than the clerk's, and I will be chairing the meeting unless I get hit by one of the ORTC buses. And so that's how I interpret it, is whoever happens to be, sort of like the discussion we had previously in terms of stronger mayor powers, and you better make sure you're here because of how many bodies are here and votes and so forth. So how I'm interpreting it is 5 out of 7. But in any event, that's a discussion for September 16th. Brings us to councillor updates. Is there any councillor updates to bring forward? Councillor Giacono.
Your worship, just to call attention to the Busker Fest. I know that's not really in my preview, but I happened to be there with my granddaughter and my spouse on Friday night, and the tremendous crowds that were there. The amphitheater must have had 3,500 people there. I've never seen it so overfilled. And the drone show that took place, and again, the focus on volunteerism, it was just wonderful. And if anybody missed that drone show, I'll tell you, it was something to see. And I believe the public and the number of people it drew into our area is phenomenal. It was well worth the effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think you had your hand up too.
I just want to add to the Busker Fest, Councillor Purcell and I sponsored barbecue with our wives were there and some other volunteers. And we got Councillor Purcell, who gave us a gift card for the supplies?
No frills.
No frills, so they gave us a gift card. And I just want to talk about community. So my wife, Mary, and I worked the barbecue, but Councillor Purcell brought his 2 Blackstone grills there in his trailer with his wife, and he flipped the meat all night there. Great job. It smelled like avocado. I found out that using avocado oil is the best. And then his daughter came and she chipped in also, and we had other volunteers there taking the money, but we were giving out the burgers and hot dogs, and the funds went to Animal Charity Rescue. Then then he had to lug all that home. I offered to help him. He said, no, we can do it, And this goes beyond being a councillor. It's a citizen. You're on council, but you're putting that extra effort in. And I think that should be recognized. And then the next day at the Ottawa River Transit booth, Councillor Purcell was there, and he helped us. It was on the side street, and he said, "Hey, that should be on the main street." So when it was in for the old Lasso Saloon spot, and then we kept getting water back and forth at the Giant Tiger. We sold that. We took all the water, 3 different trips. And then his wife came to help, and my wife was there, and then a friend of mine who went to school with, his wife came and helped, and while the treasurer was gone. So, and everybody helped and volunteered. But it's a type of community effort, and we want to thank Joanna and Bethia and the leadership and all the volunteers for Busker Fest. Just a phenomenal event, and the sponsors, because without them we wouldn't be able to do that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor updates? Councillor Lafreniere?
I know it's getting late, but Busker Fest was big, so I can't agree more with everything that's being said. And I'm actually going to read all the volunteers' names that were on that committee, because I think they deserve a mention. Amy Green, Alana Shapio, Amanda Wilson, Andrew Kuwiak, Angie Pacheco, Bethia Summers, Kaylee Kuwiak, Joanna Els, of course, Megan Adams, Marianne Mins, Patrick Richardson, Samantha Kavanaugh. It was amazing, and I know that if we're asked this year, they come and they want us to contribute. Wow, what a huge boost. Every store I went into had lineups out the door almost. Like, it was phenomenal. I was there with my granddaughter, and again, yes, thank you to those that volunteered for the city. Councillor Purcell, Councillor Abdallah, I mean, you were everywhere. And thank you. And we should all be proud that we have those type of individuals in our community to run that kind of event. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell, you have a motion to move into a closed session?
Your Worship, that the City of Pembroke Council convene to closed session. Sorry. This evening with authorized staff remaining in the room pursuant to the following section of the Municipal Act. I don't have the right one in front of me. Here we go. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Fernie that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality as per section 239(2)(e) of the Municipal Act as it relates to 273 Victoria Street, and B, the waterfront development. Thank you. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Purcell, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality as per section 2392E of the Municipal Act as it relates to 273 Victoria Street, and secondly, waterfront development. Those in favor? That is carried. We'll now move into a closed session.